It's Sunday. It's 11:11 a.m. I'm artisanmc, and this is Shop Talk Live. Thank you guys for coming through today on a Sunday, a Fleet Week Sunday that I did not remember. Sounds of the ghetto delivery man. Shout out to everyone who donated in the chat. Five or better get you on the board. Five or better. I just left Vegas, so it's five or better. So thank you for everybody for showing up today. From what I'm seeing, there is no lag on your end. But what I'm seeing on my end is that it's lagging and glitching and slowing down. So that's either YouTube or StreamYard, because there is no closer than I can get to my new high-speed Wi-Fi than sitting on the other side of this goddamn wall. There is no closer. So this is YouTube or this is StreamYard. One of you motherfuckers need to get this shit straight. I'm not paying for you to work shitty. I'm paying for you to work correctly. So since YouTube was taking its time to load up and StreamYard is glitchy right now, it's one of the two. And I don't know which one it is. I'm not going to figure it out right now, though. But I can see, since I actually have to monitor this shit now, on one side it's actually working very fine on YouTube. So this is StreamYard shit. No, I could stream from somebody else. I could do that and stop paying y'all altogether. What up, Dr. T? See him in the chat. What's up? What's up? So let me see who's in here. Say hello. Peace to Malika Me Bane. He said, what's up to Artisan in the Geek Elite family? What's up? Shout out to the package man, No One. He said, Geek Elite assemble. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to Detroit 313. Salutations to you too, Detroit. Shout out to the hiding monkey. Tell Toya hiding behind her hands. Don't be hiding your hands. You know what that guy mean. Don't nobody get jealous. I ain't did nothing with Toya. Just cool. That's it. Swift Battle said Geek Sunday. Shout out to Swifty, one of my devoted, for supporting the stream and supporting in the Cash App. Appreciate you, Swifty. And what else we got down here? Scrolling down. Dr. T. I got Dr. T. And Studio, what's good? UYP Studio out there doing the good work for the peoples, for the children's, helping the children's out with technology, skills, and advancement. Thank you. They need it. And AB Media, Instant Media in the building. Where's my sound effect? Where's my effect? Hold up, I have my phone in the way. Where is my effect? There we go. You got AB beaming in. What's good with you, AB? I would have caught the Coliseum last night, but I had just got back from a flight, and I was in here unpacking, eating my dinner, and falling asleep like an old man. I really did. I got in this bitch, had my food, had me some tea, some hot tea, some equalizer, and I got equalized. I was in there like, time for me to go lay down. Time for the old man to lay it down. I did too much damn walking around Vegas in 2 days. Too much goddamn walking. Giving feedback on the speaker because I put the phone right there. It does not like you being close, phone. It don't like you being close. Nobody likes you. Shout out to JT. What's good, JT? You back? He said dark greetings. Dark greetings is right. I got a gift that I got to put on here just for you. Get it? Got it? Good. I didn't get to put that gift on here today because every time I put a reaction gift on StreamYard, I have to delete one. So, and I'm sentimental. So there's some I have to delete to put that one on here, but it's going on here soon enough. So if everything's all good, let me get these brothers who actually supported the stream. I am looking for 15 contributors today. That can be on Cash App, that can be on PayPal, that can be on Super Chat. I appreciate five or better. I do. Not that I'm being a hater, but everybody got to have fucking standards, and I shouldn't be the one with the lowest ones. I just shouldn't. That doesn't even make any sense. So let me shout out these brothers. First one up to bat is Malika Me Bane saying, on your left, good brothers. Appreciate you, Malika. Let's see if we can get the Falcon out here for him, because he said, Malika Me Bane said, on your left, good brother. On your left. Appreciate you, Malika. I'm going to give you the 3B salute. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. And next one goes out to Swift Battle. Appreciate you, Swifty. He said for the Geek Sunday tribute, he throwing something in the collection plate. Appreciate you, Swift. I will give you that 3B salute as soon as I find it again. Oh, damn it, I gotta rearrange these. Appreciate you, Swift. So y'all know. All right. It has been an interesting week, so to speak. It has been an interesting week. New digs, new surroundings, new experiences, new revelations. And all that is good for me. New setup. Internet is here and good. I might even still just run this T1 cable through this wall, regardless, because I'm skilled like that. I might just run it straight from the router to this computer, because my router is right behind the gun grave. It's right on the other side of this wall, so there should be no lag whatsoever. And this glitchy shit is pissing me off. So possibly next stream I will just hardline it directly in and clean the computer and some shit and look at other options other than StreamYard. I like StreamYard, but this is bullshit. It's really bothering the fuck out of me. Anyway, shout out to the JT. Fracture in the building coming through. I almost called JT this weekend too. I was in Vegas. JT said for got it good. Y'all gotta watch genv. You guys have to watch genv. To get that you gotta watch genv. So appreciate you, JT. I will give you the double that. Appreciate you, JT.
Money for the crowd, double lag. Fat, double lag. 100 on the sack, double that. Block like a ghost town, still double back.
Do I even want to try to put it on here right now? That means I got to delete something. I don't want to delete anything. I'm too much of a collector. I don't want to remove shit to get something new. But if I had to remove something, what would I remove? Maybe Paul. Maybe I will take out Paul to put this shit up there for y'all. Let's see. Bear with me 1 second, because brother sent me this. I do want to give it some shine because it's funny to me. And usually when I talk about shows with you guys, it's me politely suggesting that you actually check it out, right? I'm not going to suggest some shit to you that I think would be a waste of your time. And if I did think it'd be a waste of your time, I would tell you it would probably be a waste of your time. Like, to watch it, because I don't like wasting my time watching stuff And I don't want you to. That's why a lot of the times I watch the shit so you don't have to. And I'll tell you, like, you can watch it if you want to, but I wouldn't recommend it. Like, look, there's a reason for certain people in your life, and one of those reasons could be to tell you everything you shouldn't do. Like, don't watch Dark Phoenix ever. Ahsoka, Obi-Wan, Book of Boba Fett, Rings of Power. Don't let somebody else tell you that they watched it, and look and watch their face when they tell you they watched it. Yeah, do that. That'd be a better use of your time. Getting them some fucking therapy because they're gonna need it. So, as you guys know, took off work Thursday, flew to Vegas, and went to the MSG Sphere, which sounds like they sell Chinese food in there. That's gonna make you sick. And went to see Postcards from Earth, a movie made by Darren Aronofsky for that Sphere Theater. And that's probably the best description of what to call this thing. It's a theater. It is a huge freaking theater, like the biggest screen in the world, right? And I get into architecture, engineering, and design. And I like seeing things be built. I'm a freaking carpenter. I didn't fall into that shit by accident. Okay. Even me getting my freaking degree, it was only one or two degrees I was going for. It was going to be architecture or it was going to be psychology. School I was going to had psychology, not so much architecture. So I went with that. I didn't think it was a let down or anything. I can always go back to school and get that architecture degree because I am on my time. I'm not on anybody else's time. I am not on you need to do this at this point in your life type of shit. Told y'all, one of my life's goals was to be Buckaroo Banzai. So I want to do everything I can in the time that I have. And I will do it in that time. Plain and simple. So at 50 in a couple weeks, there's still a PhD to get knocked off my list. But there is still time to do one of two things. One, actually learn Spanish flat out, where I can just conversationally speak it to Latinas. And get an architecture degree. Understand? That's for JT. Get it? Got it? Good. You guys have to watch the show. That character right there, Emma, is like one of the most fun characters in that show. And they're not all bad characters. They're not bad characters at all. They're all pretty fucking fun. But that little thing was hilarious. Just hilarious. Her situations are just ridiculous, dude. Anyway, so what up, Joe Herb? I see Herb in the building. He said, "What's good, artisan? Salute to you, Herb." Herb got a birthday coming up too, on the 7th, same day as the ex-wife and the son, and the cousin. Mind you, I got 4 birthdays on the same fucking day. 4 Scorpios on the same day. Y'all pretty close in age. Pretty close, except for Herb. Herb old. He don't look it, but he old. He old. He look just as old as I do. He younger. But so I went to Vegas to go see the Sphere show, and the screen is massive. And explaining this to my girl Bella about what made it such an interesting experience is that JT, I know your birthday coming up. Don't even Uncle Nearest. We already know what's happening with you, homeboy. We already know what's happening with you. Don't even worry about it. Don't. It's on my calendar already, man. It's already on the calendar. Don't even worry about it. We got you covered. What up, Leon Lion? Lion 917 in the building. Was good, Lion. And shout out to Joe Herb for supporting the stream. Appreciate you, Herb, to stay all day. I will give you. Sorry, I gotta look here and there. Keep trying to find a camera position that works for where I don't have to keep diverting my eyes everywhere.
Money for the crowd, double lag. Fat, double lag. 100 on the sack, double lag. Block like a ghost town, still double bag.
Okay, there we go. Make sure everybody get their proper respects. Okay, so explaining this to my girl Bella, and it was understanding that peripheral wise, you are completely fooled when you're sitting there watching this damn thing. Because it's not just happening on a little screen in front of you. This shit is happening at your peripheral vision where you can still see stuff. And above you as well. So if you're sitting where I was sitting, I was in like the 400 section, right? Center of center, up high. Because the shit is so steep, you can only see the bottom of the screen, right? You can look down a little bit more and see the stage and stuff, but if you sit looking forward, you see the bottom of the screen all the way over your fucking head, right? The images that they're giving you in this thing, the way they're playing this movie as it would be, is basically happening all around you. The shit is happening all around you. Now, it was some very what you would think was 3D scenes that happened in this shit. Because the beginning, I didn't get it on the video because I didn't know that shit was going to happen, right? And it starts with a slow pan in to Earth, right? And they're panning in, and Earth is getting bigger as it's coming towards you. That fucking thing filled up the whole room. You're sitting in your chair, and you're like you moving back. You moving back because it feels like it's about to hit you in the face. I'm like, damn, this is awesome, dude. Awesome shit, right? There was another scene in it that actually messed me up for a little bit. For a hot second, it did mess me up, right? Because it ends up cutting to a scene where you are now underwater, right? You ever been to California, Monterey Bay Aquarium or anything like that? You know about kelp being near the ocean and stuff like that, what it looks like under the kelp forest and shit like that. Okay. It's not that, to me, it's not that big of a deal because it's something I've experienced already. Right. So I've seen it before. I'm not bored with it. I just understand what it is and what it looks like. Right. So if you've ever been to the Monterey Bay Aquarium, they have these huge windows and it's a kelp forest. And you can stand there in that surround and look and see how tall this kelp fucking grows and see the light filtering from above and all that shit, right? The difference between that and this experience in this theater is that in the aquarium, you see those big steel beams and that thick ass glass sitting there holding the water back. When you're in this theater, you don't see that. So there was a scene, it cut to you being underwater and you being able to actually physically move your head and see the light trickling above you. Like, holy shit. I gulped for a minute. I did have an automatic sensory reaction and I thought I was fucking about to drown. I did. And it was funny enough because going up to this thing to go to my seats, they were talking about how they had sensory rooms, soft sensory rooms for people. So if it was too much of a sensory overload for you, you can go sit in this sensory soft room so you can get back to normal because you might be freaking out in there. I'm like, man, who need that kind of shit? What, strobing lights? Okay, whatever. No, no. I did have a moment where I was like I needed thought to myself I needed to hold my breath because I was underwater. I was like for a brief minute, I was like, that's fucked up. Now the other thing that was interesting, I'm not gonna tell you everything because it just opened and fucking take a trip. I mean, I assume y'all doing something with your money if you ain't donating. So you're doing something with it. So take a trip sometime. Yeah, Cannonball. What up, Beastly? The Beastly nerd is in the building. Talk about Cannonball. Cannonball. You and Ron Jeremy. But the other thing it has is every one of these seats has that vibration function in it. Every one of these seats. And mind you, this is like stadium seating. It's big, it's tall. These motherfucking seats vibrating. Like, I put it up on my Instagram. There's a scene where they're filming this elephant in Africa. And this elephant is walking. Now, at one point during this elephant has to be about 50 goddamn feet tall. Like, you staring at his feet and looking up at this big ass goddamn elephant. And every time you feel his foot fall, you feel it in your seat. Your seat is vibrating every time this thing walks. Like, God damn, is this Jurassic Park? It's gonna eat me. That's what it felt like. It's like it was a really deep sensory experience. And if they figure out how to put smells in that bitch, you're gonna have people throwing up in there. I'm serious. If you were doing a flight simulation or roller coaster simulation on that screen, somebody would be throwing up in that bitch. For real. They'd be in there just, or they'd have to give you bags, okay, at the gate. They'd have to give you bags. So for me, getting to have that experience and getting to see that I saw it being constructed, I was really interested in the construction, really interested in what it was going to be when it was finished. And then actually going like, I'm going. It's opening. I got my ticket. I'm going. Being disappointed that I got a ticket for a month and a half in advance by mistake, and then realizing it hadn't even opened yet. That this ticket was going to be the first time this show was seen after it opened. It just opened this week or last week on Tuesday. It just opened. So only thing's been performing in there has been U2 and that. And that was the first day for that show that I saw. Getting to see the director, Darren Aronofsky. I've seen a bunch of his movies. I didn't even know that was him when he was standing outside. I'm standing outside with everybody else just waiting to get in this bitch. And I'm sitting here looking at this dude in this blue suit with these tennis shoes on. I'm like, who is this goofy motherfucker? Man, ain't that style gone now? Ain't that over with now? Ain't we done with the suits and the tennis shoes shit, white sneaks? And sure enough, we get in there and they introducing the movie and shit like that. And oh yeah, Darren Aronofsky. He comes out and say, "That motherfucker with the blue suit." God damn it. My bad, Darren. I didn't know that was you. I just thought you looked goofy. But he had his little powder blue suit and his white sneaks on, and then I was clapping it up for him. But I did enjoy the movie. 18K, I'll say that. 18K visuals, that should look amazing. That looks amazing. There's more detail than you need to see because there was one scene, and I knew it was going to happen. I knew it was going to happen. I freaking knew it was going to happen. You got all these close-up nature scenes going on, right? And y'all like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined, right? You got all these close-up nature scenes happening. And you get this one scene with this little, like, tiny spider on a leaf. And he's sitting there doing his mouth and his hands and shit like that and all the rest of that shit, right? And you get to see how much detail is on that shit. I'm like, damn, that's really cool. And I'm sitting here thinking, I said, I know if I was doing this, I'd do this right about now. And sure enough, that motherfucker jumped off that leaf at the camera, and the people and I just start laughing. I start laughing so goddamn hard. I was like, I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. That spider jumped towards the screen. Everybody in there was screaming. It is funny because a half a second before they were thinking it was the cutest little thing ever. Big eyes, little red arms, and stuff like that. Oh, he's so cute. Yeah. Until he jumped on your fucking face. And sure enough, he jumped at the camera, and them motherfuckers leaped out their damn seats. Oh shit. That was hilarious. It was hilarious. But it was perfect. It was perfect. Malika said on a scale of 1 to 10, what would you give it? Scale of 1 to 10 in visual presentation, I would say a 10. A scale of 1 to 10 on just the movie, what it was basically just like a nature movie. 50 minutes of a nature movie showing off this technology. So in that, I would give it average because I've seen nature movies. I grew up on Jacques Cousteau, okay? National Geographic and shit like that. I've been watching nature shows and stuff like that forever. So seeing this close-up visuals and whatnot is normal for me. Okay, it's not something out of the ordinary that I don't usually think about. It's normal for me. So in that sense, I'd say it was a 5, but it looked amazing on this big ass screen where you could feel the vibrations and see all the detail in these things. That part looked amazing because you can talk about streaming in 4K or having a 4K TV. You ain't seeing shit that look like 18K. That is, as far as I know, that's as close to your actual eye as could be possible, if not better. So it was really cool. What up, Ilongo? Savage, what's good in here? And what up to Mad Zulu Samurai? Well, you covering all the bases, huh? Mad, Zulu, and Samurai. Black and Japanese. Awesome. So I enjoyed the experience, and truthfully enough, it was more females there than I thought would be there for that dumb shit. It really was. It was a lot of fucking females there for that shit, which I wasn't mad about. I'm sure there was more at the U2 concert that happened afterwards, but I wasn't going to see U2. I like U2. I like Mono, but I wasn't going to see the U2 concert. I didn't think I was affording them damn tickets. I bought this ticket, and that was before I knew U2 was performing before. So it is what it is. Inside the atrium and all the rest of that inside piece is it's beautiful. I like that low blue lighting, that electric blue lighting that they have. They're very futuristic. I like that. It's too low. But there needs to be more to do in there. I mean, the little AI robots that they had there, I wasn't fucking with them. I just, look, man, this AI stuff is really getting my heckles up a little bit. Like, I don't know what it is. It's really just a little bit unsettling how quickly this is happening. So they got all these little AI bots all over the place that actually interact with you and talk to you and shit like that. And I'm like, yeah, I don't need to be friendly. It's like I'm looking at it like somebody dating my mama. Like, yeah, it's okay. We ain't got to be close because I might have to kill you one day. We don't need to be close. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. Just know I'm not here to be friendly with you. I'm gonna be the dude to take you out later on if need be. So watch yourself. So that's how I was dealing with that. But they also had this avatar experience or something like that where you can see yourself transformed into a Navi once you stood within this circle. I didn't do that shit. I was trying to find my seat. There was a lot of people down there. I didn't feel like waiting. I wanted to find my hot damn seat. And going up to my seats, these was the tallest escalators I have ever seen. These motherfuckers are steep. And it's like 4 of them to get up to where we were. They are tall as shit. If you want to see them, check on Instagram and look at my profile. You'll see the videos from them escalators. Them motherfuckers is tall. I've watched people put in escalators doing construction and what that takes. That was some engineering right there because they move pretty fast. I'm like, shit, dude, this is high. We really up in this bitch. Like, so that was interesting. Other than that, the design and everything looks really clean design work, a lot of flowing lines. And one of the most interesting parts is at the west entrance in the atrium, they have this humongous hologram that keeps changing the whole time. And I couldn't find where the projectors were for this hologram. I couldn't find where the projectors were. So it looks like it's just floating in space. And the closest thing I can get to describing it for you guys, the video is on Instagram, but it reminds me of Macross Plus, like you go into a Sharon Apple concert or some shit like that. That's what it reminds me of. It reminds me of some anime shit because it's this hologram that keeps changing and doing different things and showing bodies and geographic shapes and all this shit. And it's just happening right there in the middle of nothing. Like, how the fuck did they do that? That is cool as hell. It was just cool. It was just cool to see. And it was big. And I'm talking big, like 30 goddamn feet tall. 30 damn feet tall, just in midair, just amongst all the art, amongst the architecture and the ceiling sculptures that they had up there. This shit is just floating there doing this shit. And I didn't figure out how they did it, where they was projecting that shit from. I didn't. So that was interesting to me because that's what I do. I sit there and look at things and I pull them apart, figure out how they work. That's architecturally, engineering wise, how my brain operates. So that was interesting to me, and I didn't figure out how they did it, which made it more fascinating for me because I didn't figure out how they did it right off the bat. That I like those kinds of challenges. My brain does. It loves that kind of shit. So I went. I had a good time. I do think people who are afraid of heights, you should get you some tickets in the 3s and the 2s. Get yourself some tickets in the 3s and 200s. And don't look at it like you would look at a normal venue, like, oh, it goes up to 400. So if you're in the 400s, you're sitting in the nosebleeds. No, this doesn't actually matter for this. Like, in this sense, the higher is probably the better. And the reason I say that is because you can feel your whole field of vision. Right? You can feel your whole field of vision. And because the shit is so steep, you look like your face is in the goddamn screen. So when you see push through shots of the camera, which you understand is the camera, going through an archway or something like that, you never lose the archway. You see it going over your head and around you in your peripheral, like you're passing through it yourself. You never lose it. So you can still look and see it going past you. That's an interesting experience to me. This is kind of as close to being there as you could possibly get. So I enjoyed that. I really did enjoy it. I had a good time going there. It was money well spent to go there. I did feel like shit for a couple of days there. I think it was more emotionally and mentally. I had some other stuff going on in my head that was taking me out of the experience of actually being there, being all hyped up and stuff like that. But I can tell you this. Once I got there and I got to the bar and got myself a drink. It was some Jameson something or other out of this little shaker that I wanted. I was happy. And I was happy that I didn't get sick in there drinking that shit, being up high to where you can have vertigo, because I don't get vertigo from heights. I like being up high. But the way that shit was moving and stuff, I was like, I could see somebody throwing up in here. They selling too much alcohol because homeboy gave me a good drink. And about halfway through, I found the hard alcohol in that cup. Yeah. There's the camera. There we go. That's my sphere shaker. It's not plastic. It's actually metal. And I did have me some Jameson and something else he mixed up in this goddamn thing. And I was sipping on this, and people was looking at me like, where did you get that at? I said, the bar, nigga, where they gave you them plastic cups. Yeah, I didn't want a plastic cup. Wanted a shaker. Shit, I got a new place. I need me a shaker. Get my alcohol on. All right, so that was the trip. I actually got to what was the drink called? I do not remember what the drink was called, Herb, because what I thought I wanted the shaker. I wanted the shaker as soon as I saw it, right? I'm picking up my memorabilia before I leave. I got this shirt that I got on now, and I saw the shaker. I wanted the shaker. And I thought the margarita was going to come in the shaker. So I was like, yeah, give me that. Let me get that margarita. Does it come in there? He said, no, that's a different drink. I was like, oh. And I read Jameson and something else. I was like, yeah, give me that shit. Don't matter. Don't matter. Yeah, give me that shit. Whatever comes in that cup, get it. Give it to me. And it had some trendy name for the venue. I can't remember what the hell it was. That's probably how out of it I was because I took some medication anyway. Nothing serious. It's just Tylenol and Advil for my little mouth tooth situation. So I probably shouldn't have been drinking no alcohol, but you know, we do what we do. So I was feeling good by the time I left. I was good. I was good. I was good and enjoying my life. And that's what I did. I went and did something that I said I was going to do because I wanted to do it, not because anybody else wanted to. And it was a funny moment there when after the what they had us waiting outside, told us to be there early because the show started at 7. They wanted us to be there early. And then the goddamn thing didn't open, let us in until after 7. What up, Faulkness? Woo to the Woo Beast. Woo Beast in the building. But when I was finally going in line with all these people and getting in, the lady, the little Filipino lady that took my phone and scanned it and stuff like that, she was like, "Oh, just one?" Like, yeah, bitch. Fuck. Making a big deal about this shit. Look, I ain't the only one here. It's a bunch of single women there, I think. I think they were single. They came to Vegas. They're trying to get somebody pushed up in them. This Negro right here. Brightness. I told you, I ain't that light. You always say that shit. Like, I'm light as hell. I'm not that light. Nigga. I told you, I'm a multi-shaded Negro right here. You see this shit? Oh, you can't see this shit. See this shit? Dark as fuck. Till you get up to the parts that cover my shirt. Till you get to the parts that are covered my shirt. I'm a multi-shaded Negro. But appreciate you, Charles, for supporting the stream. The brightness. The brightness. Asshole. I'll give you the 3B salute. Appreciate This nigga said the brightness. And just for that, since you want to be a funny motherfucker, let's give Charles a little bit of that that proper respect. And don't worry, I know who's gonna say something next. I got you covered too. So don't worry about it. But for Charles, for the faultless, I'll give you.
Woo!
And because I did see him come in since he cannonballed his way in this bitch. Shout out to the beastly nerd. Beastly nerd, I will hook you up. I like that it's glitching on my side, but I'm watching the stream as clear as fuck. So this is just StreamYard. It is just StreamYard doing this shit. Fucking asshole. So, and what up, Drama Bear? I am Drama. Peace to you for coming through. All right, so that was my experience. Like I said, it was something that I saw, something I wanted to do. I spent the money to do it because I wanted to do it. I didn't need anybody else there to do it with me. I did it because I wanted to. And that's usually how my life rolls. And I appreciated it that I got to do it because life has been getting a lot better. And I was talking to one of my bestest friends in life, ex-girl, everything, my friend Lizzo. Not the Lizzo y'all fucking thinking of. You can forget that shit. Liz, my friend from junior high, one of my trues. I've known each other for fucking decades. And I was driving back from the airport and she texted me because she saw a picture I put up on Instagram. She was like, "Did you move out of California?" I'm like, "No." Like, "Did you buy a house?" "No, I'm buying a house here. What the fuck am I buying a house for? My kids are grown. What's the point of buying a house?" Me personally, I don't see the point. But she hadn't known because I don't talk about my personal business with a lot of folks. And mind you, this is somebody I call one of my trues, one of my circle of friends that I've known for a long time. And she hadn't even known all the shit I had been through. She hadn't because I didn't tell her. Now, in some ways, it's on you to ask and check in on your friends and see what's going on with them. It ain't always for them to be telling you all that shit because I'm not a female. Men getting little or no attention for having struggles in life and crying about it. You don't. Nobody gives a shit. It's more of an option for people not to fuck with you than it is to fuck with you. At least that's what I've seen growing up. So I gave her the abridged version of what had been going on for the last 8 to 9 years. And she was kind of blown away. She said, "Damn, I didn't even know all that shit happened." Exactly. Just crying about it would have been a waste of time. So when people see me, and what I didn't know was a lot of my stories that I was putting on Instagram was getting piped up on the fucking Facebook because they like linking shit together. I didn't want my shit on Facebook. A lot of these other people out there in the world who was sitting by waiting for me to fucking blow my brains out and saying nothing, they just wanted the goddamn show, is trying to figure out what the hell these keys mean and all the rest of this other stuff. A whole bunch of people I don't even fucking talk to, don't even like. In my goddamn business. And That's what I told her. I caught her up on game about why some of this shit was happening. And understanding that this is why I'm a bit happy about all of this. That while it is a simple thing, it seems to be a simple thing. To most people, like, why is this nigga so happy about this? This is nothing. Yeah, it would be nothing. To most people who ain't been struggling. But if your ass was fucking homeless, it'd be a big deal, wouldn't it? So for me, technically, since for a while I never did have my own place, I was technically homeless. So it is a big deal to have my own place, be in my own space, have my own things around me, be able to take a shower and drip dry if I fucking feel like it, like I did today, and just get out the shower and balls swinging and everything, walk through my goddamn house. That is a big deal. If you hadn't had that in years. So she didn't get that. I gamed her up really quickly. Why it's a big deal to me. It may not be a big deal to anybody else, but that's okay. I'm not here living for anybody else. Not even my mother or my fucking father. Not even for them. One night of two teenage kids fucking around got them me. Everything else that has happened in my life as an adult is me dealing with who I am from those two. And I'm not saying this as a slight to them. It's not. But I know for the most part, I've made myself. They didn't make me. They conceived me. They didn't make me. I made me given the situations that I was put in. So I'm not prideful, but I do feel a lot of the stuff that I'm dealing with now and what I have accomplished now is deserving. Because I didn't do it with their help. And that's what I say. I don't say it to be dismissive of either one of them. It's not a disrespectful thing. It's an accurate. It is an accurate description of the situation. That's why I had to tell my mother that this happened. She didn't know about it. That's why I sent her and my brother, hey, this is my new permanent address and all the rest of this shit. Oh, I didn't even know. I know you didn't. Because that's your level of involvement. And I had to keep it that way because you was working with people who was trying to destroy me. Running my name through the mud. So being able to game my friend up on that, it's a big deal to me. It don't have to be a big deal to anybody else because ain't nobody else living my life and could give less than a fuck about it. But I care about it. So it's going to be a big deal to me. So when I do stuff like taking off work to go to Vegas and see a show, solo if need be, that is something I wanted to do for my life. I don't need company on that. I'm not looking for people to ride in the side seat and tell me how wonderful I am. That's my job. I just know it's something that I wanted to do and I need to get it done. Because I am ultimately the only person that's going to matter to. So I did that. I can mark that off the list of something I did. And when somebody else tell me about, oh, I went to the such and such, yeah, that was kind of cool. Yeah, I went there when it opened. Old experiences. So, like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. We are still needed 15. I got 5. Third of the way. So, before we get into this geek stuff, because I do want to talk about JT here. You know, I got to talk about that fucking Ahsoka. Loki. Gen 5. And I have not been able to go see the creator yet because I was doing Vegas and moving and stuff like that. I haven't even been to an actual theater to see it yet, even though it was on my list. It's on my list to see. It's something I wanted to see early. I didn't get to go see it early. And then new phase, new stream, new place. So hopefully this is still streaming correctly. So get y'all motivated so you can grease the wheels. I will give you that femercial. Let's get the likes up and hit the support. Thank you.
Get your booty to the pole, 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 yeah.
Did we get your attention? Good.
Get your booty to the pole. Get your booty to the pole.
Get your booty to the pole.
Get your to the pole, get your booty 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 to the pole, get your booty.
Very interesting. Did I not brush my hair? I thought I did brush my hair. I think it's the latency on this thing that understand it's delayed. And on the YouTube side, on the YouTube feed, it's not delayed at all. It's not glitching at all. But on my side, it's glitching. So be thankful for small miracles. What did Toya say? I'm proud of you for prioritizing your interests. That's the only priority I'm supposed to have. Look, I may do a lot to help other people, to try to promote other people and encourage other people to put their voices out there. But it is important that I have to prioritize myself. Like on an airplane, you got to put the mask over your face first before you put it over the kids. Because if you put it over the kids first and then you pass out, it's going to help the kids. I have to prioritize myself because nobody else is going to. Because I'm the only one supposed to be looking out for me. Now, if you can find people that will look out for you as well as you'll look out for yourself, that's a blessing. But I've also told you guys, I am not a fucking female. There's not a bunch of people lining up to be falling over themselves to try to help me do a goddamn thing. I have had people who have helped me, and I give them a lot of respect every time I think of BGS, Angry Man, Dr. T. Assad Johnson, Malika B. Bain, Charles Falcon. I always give them respect because they don't have to, but they do. And that's them, I think, recognizing something in me that I recognize in them, because I would do the same thing. And I didn't forget Artie Idmore. I was thinking of brioche, and thinking of French toast brioche, and it caused my brain to have a brain fart for a second because I thought of buttery French toast brioche, and I didn't say Artie Idmore's name. Shout out to the Doughboy. I know he's somewhere working right now. Shout out to the Doughboy. Yeah, Dr. T, you at that point now, too. I'm trying to learn how to prioritize my interests, too. And see, this is important. This is important to think about right now. If you wanted to, Dr. T, we can come up and talk about this, because I've been really interested in your journey right now. because you are a single father and your only child has gone off to school. That means you are in the empty nest phase of life. And I remember being there. See, this is how life equalizes itself for all you men out there. Life will equalize itself in a lot of different ways. And equalize in the sense that your age gap doesn't matter because now it's having experiences and it will flip-flop at different points. Educationally, Dr. Tiasan is a PhD. He teaches college level courses. I do not. He is my superior in that sense, right? He knows more about that part than me. Well, in this sense, my kids have been going out the house for a while. My daughter went off to college, was the last one going off to college. She's already done with college now. That's been like 5 or 6 years. Dr. T is not where I am in this sense, which means in this sense, I know a little bit more than this about it than he does. Doesn't mean he doesn't know anything. It just means I've already been through this experience. He's just now going through it. And that's what I found more interesting. I remember telling him that when he first mentioned about his son getting ready to go off to college. I was like, you're going to be in an interesting time. It's going to be a really interesting time. And I'm like a good scientist. I'm interested in seeing the process. What happens, who Dr. T turns into after this. Because as far as you know, he could be a whole pimp having wild sex parties all out the house. You never know. You never know. He'd just be a little bit smoother when he came online. Like, yeah, what's up, y'all? Yeah, it's Dr. T. Black excellence. He'd have a little bit more swagger, because the son ain't in the house. But also, it's the emotional part for men, because men have emotions. We're not fucking automatons. Dealing with somebody he's been used to being in the house with him forever. And feeling that it's not necessarily a disconnection, because the tie that binds you to your seeds, your children, is always there. As it was described to me when my kids were younger, it is a thread and it thins when they're further away, but it is never broken. Okay, it's never broken. But living your life in a sense that when you come home, that person is not there. That child is not there. You don't have to tell them to clean up their fucking room. What was going on with this? Thinking about their mood, what's going on with them. Your child is now in a place where most of their experiences will happen outside of your knowledge completely. And now you have to change the relationship in some ways with your child. So you give them room to be the adults they need to grow into. And you also grow as an adult, being in your own space, in your own time, with your own thoughts, without them being there. Because I can tell you right now, Dr. T, it's probably one day you got finished teaching and you had that thought about, oh, I need to make dinner. It's like, wait a minute. That boy ain't even here. Ain't making no goddamn dinner tonight. I don't have to do that shit tonight. You know what? I can probably get by with just a hot pocket. You know what? Maybe I just want to go out tonight. Maybe tonight, we're just going to pour a little bit of this, what Charles would say, a little bit of this cognac. We're going to sit back in the good chair and enjoy this piece. Look, I ain't lying. Not lying. These are things that empty nesters, and that's usually what it's called if you're married and shit like that. I don't know what they call it when you're single, but it's still the same thing. This is what empty nesters, people who have raised children and sent them off to school away from them, that's what you go through. Women try to avoid that because they don't want the loneliness feeling. Guys don't avoid it because you already know you're raising your children to be adults. You're not raising them to be babies forever. That's not what it's supposed to be. You're supposed to get up, grow. Yeah, fed you, I raised you like a good plant. Get your ass out there into the world and do likewise. Now it's back to just being you. I said this with my kids, especially my daughter when she finally left, because she was the last one I was raising in the house with me the whole time. Sitting in the good chair right now. There you go. And it's just the way you left it, right? But I said this to her. It was like, I get back to being Tony. I get back to just being my little regular government name, like my mom always called me, like my brother calls me. I just get back to being him again. Doesn't mean I'm not a father, doesn't. It just means people will relate to me like that. Whether I sit up all night, whether I go to bed early, or if I come home from work and fall down on my fucking couch and just lay there watching TV until I fall asleep, because I do love my couch. Y'all heard me talking about that shit. I'm waiting to get that couch out of storage this weekend and put it in this place. I'm waiting on that shit. I love that damn couch. It's all fine. This is life now. I get to do what I want to. And it's not that parenthood is a negative thing. It's not. But parenthood is a sacrifice. It's a sacrifice of time. It's a sacrifice of your own wants and desires to some extent, because you're putting something in front of yourself. You're prioritizing the proper raising and the good cultivation of these children so they can have better for themselves ahead of your own. Once they have gone out there into the world, it's a readjustment to reprioritize yourself. And that's what it is. It's understanding that now these priorities shift again, and now it gets to be about just what I want to do, just what I want to eat, just what I want to hear, just what I want to smell in the house. It can be a little sad at times, because if you like me, I assume Dr. T is like me, because me and Dr. T cool. So you resonate with people who somewhat are like you, right? I love the hell out of my kids. I do. I feel I miss them when they are gone. I do. But I'm an emotional Scorpio. Sue me. I love the hell out of them two people. Told you. Favorite people on the planet. The rest of y'all drop dead. I like you, but look, as long as I got them, I'm straight. Sorry. It's just what the fuck it is. Just what it is for me. My two favorite people on the planet. So the aliens come down here and say, hey, you can only pick two people. Who are you taking? Dr. T, I got your book. Thank you, brother. I will make sure they learn. I will teach from the good book on the masculine turn. Don't worry about it. You will be remembered. But those two got to stay. Those are the two. They on the boat with me, right? But I love them like that. And when they were gone, I felt it. I felt it sometimes. It really made me miss them, because you miss things like not even hearing them laugh. Hearing them huffing under their fucking breath because they didn't like what you said. Like, why don't you take that out? Why don't you clean that up? That doesn't make any sense. Don't give me that shit. I don't hear that. Look, if you just did it, you wouldn't have to hear me telling you this. Look, you make it as difficult for both of us. I don't want to have to say this shit, and you don't want to have to hear it. So why don't you do us both a favor and just get it the fuck done? How about that? Shit like that. It seems in the moment it's frustrating as hell, because you just want this person to learn. Like, goddamn, you know what to do. Just do it. I mean, goddamn. It's not like I'm asking everything major. But in retrospect, that is the time where you really see their personality develop, who they actually are. And those are the moments that you miss. Seeing their personality, at least for me, that's what I miss about having the kids around all the time, is seeing their personalities develop. Like my daughter being a little big head girl who would just be swinging on her brother, to being, I'm a beautiful woman. Like, listen to your ass. Okay. Oh, now you're beautiful. Remember when you was trying to hide your chest because you had little bee stings. Now you just full woman in all her glory. Okay, got you, queen. I got you. Got you. So, yeah, Dr. T, that's what I'm interested in. I haven't had a chance to talk to you about that shit, but yeah, that transition to being. It's just Dr. T's now. It's just Dr. T's place. It's good. Son can come back. He can visit. But right now, this is T's pleasure palace. That's what that shit is. He said, and that's what it's like. He's sitting in the good chair right now. Yeah. Don't gotta move. It's freeing for a man. It is. To me, I find it freeing for a man. I said this when I was married before, and I said it to the wifey at the time. And that though I loved her and the kids dearly, I did relish those times when they weren't there. And it wasn't so much of a secret because I told her about the shit. Usually, you're not supposed to say anything like that, but I have a problem. I say shit you ain't supposed to say a lot of the times. That's what gets me in trouble. And I did enjoy them not being there, even if it was for an hour or two and it's just being peace and they wasn't there. I did enjoy that shit. And it didn't mean I didn't love them, but I did love just being there by myself. And like Dr. T is saying, got tired of smuggling women in late at night so my son wouldn't see them. Yes, Dr. T. When I got divorced and it was just me and my daughter in the house, my fucking adulting time was scheduled. And I hate that shit. And you know what that schedule was? When baby girl wasn't here, we can do our thing. When she is here, nothing is happening. Because I wasn't going to be, smuggling chicks through the house in front of baby girl. I didn't believe in that shit. Even when I had my son, I didn't mix my personal life, dating and stuff like that with my parenting time, with my son time. If it was time for my son, it was time for my fucking son. Fuck off. I'll get back to you. If you can't wait, then I guess I got to find somebody else. But if this comes to this weekend, it's time for me to be with my son. Got to be with my son. Oh, it's a party. It's a club. Well, I can't go this week. You know what it is. This is my time with my son. Oh, no. Hell no. Sorry. I'm very clear about my priorities. My kids always come first in that sense. Or at least second, because I got to put myself first so I can have something for them. Everything else is after that. It's just what it is. Because that's what's going to be left after all those relationships. Me and those children. Because those two things are never changing. So, yeah. I didn't like smuggling. I can say for the last 2 years. The last 2 years, I hadn't even had a chick to the house. So what's one of the things you think I was looking for when I got this place? Yeah, no smuggling. It could be all out. Yeah, a couple of motherfuckers asked me, so when do I get an invite? Well, now. That changed rather abruptly, didn't it? But I remembered when I had the house and my daughter was there for a week and then she was gone to her mom's for a week. That week that she was gone, JT, that was artisans debauchery then. That's what that shit was. But it was all kind of shit going on. I was making dinner and shit. Chicks over just lounging and whatnot. Like that's when where's Charles at? That's when I was actually had that police officer I was fucking with that used to bodybuild and shit. That was some fun times. That was some fun times. That was one of the times that I was coming downstairs, and I looked, and she all bent over the couch and shit like that, from strong ass thighs and legs. I'm like, this is what my life always should have been. This is exactly how I always envisioned it. Oh shit. So yeah, things that can happen. You don't have a situation like that, doesn't happen the same way. Even when I had guy roommates, yeah, I have a chick over the house, but we was confined to one place most of the damn time. I couldn't be just all over the house with her. Other dudes in there, they got girls and shit. So yeah, that individual space thing is a much needed for adult men. It is. And that's why you can get reduced down to just having one room when you have a family or whatnot, because men just need that one space. And as you get older, that sphere should branch out to a house, a home. So chicks in bikinis laughing out loud about to have your place looking like a Tupac I Get Around music video. What the hell, Beastly? That's pretty funny. That was one of my favorite songs too. And I don't know, that or Pumps and Bumps. I'm not that kind of dude, right? But it'd be nice. It might be nice for like a weekend, but I'm not that kind of dude. So be awesome though. I have to be a lot more friendly to people, a lot more. I have to tap into my extroverted side a lot more than I do. I'm more introverted with extroverted tendencies, as opposed to extroverted with introverted tendencies. So I'm more watching most of the time, laying back, than I am just trying to be out there and be seen. And I can do it. I just choose not to. That's part of that Sigma in me. Like, I don't care, dude. Like, there's a reason why one of my favorite characters in Naruto is Shikamaru. There's a reason. Because I'd be like that. Like, yeah, I figured this shit out. This shit is boring. Like, perfect example. And then I'll get to some geek stuff as soon as y'all donate again. While in Vegas, before I left Vegas, this is the last fucking hours I'm in Vegas. Hanging out with my friend Bella. We go over to the Mirage and we're sitting at the bar having a drink. Right. I'm sitting at the bar. I'll order a beer. And I'm just sitting there waiting for her to go to the bathroom or some shit. There is a chick not 2 stools down from me. The 2 guys that were there got up because when I sat down, these 2 motherfuckers was looking at me like they'd never seen a black dude before. I'm like, the fuck are you looking at? Anyway, nigga, give me a beer. Right? Give me a Stella. Right? They get up and leave like I ruined the time for them or some shit. Whatever fuck. And this chick sat down over there. And the chick keeps giving me this while she's sitting there. Looking over the shoulder shit. Now, body language will tell you she probably into you. That's why she's looking over the shoulder. She keep looking. And because there are screens playing sports up in front of me and off to this side, I'm thinking, well, maybe she's looking at the fucking screens. It's college football. She got one right in front of fucking her. Texas A&M is playing. Why ain't you watching that shit? Maybe she's watching this one over here. I don't fucking know. I'm sitting there drinking my beer, but I can still see her in my periphery. Girl Bella come back. She sit down and we chopping it up. And I'm talking to her and looking at her. And I keep seeing this woman looking at me right there past her. I'm like, what the hell is this bitch? It's like, she must be feeling me or something. I ain't did shit. I'm not really in the mood to be talking to nobody. I'm talking to my friend. That's it. I'm getting my mind set for my fucking flight. Right? This bitch keep looking. Eventually, the woman asked me a question through my friend. And she asked me on my phone, can I look up AT&T store to see where it is? Because I had overheard her talking to the bartender about it. And he gave her directions. A little later, she still asked me for the shit. I looked it up. Okay. AT&T near me. Bam, here it is, walking distance. Bam, less than a mile. Cool. And I got up, went around my friend, and showed it to her instead of passing it over to her. Showed it to her. Okay, this is right here. Now, when I went over there and stood next to her to show her on my phone, she did give me one of those once overs, like, like, oh shit. Right. Now, the funny part is, she was Italian and Irish. I like both. My friend Bella, who's sitting here, is Irish. I mean, not Irish. She's Italian. I like Italians, right? Don't have a problem with Irish people either. It's part of my fucking heritage. MC is for Mick. Okay, y'all pronounce it MC. It's actually Mick. But she wasn't that cute. She could have been older than me. She could have been old as me. I don't know. She just wasn't that cute in the face. But she was given every fucking signal that she was interested. And I was getting that she was probably interested in a nigga. And I thought it was really interesting. In fact, I've been here for like 3 days. I've been here for about 3 days. The last 2 hours that I'm here, now some chick is hitting on me. And not even the cutest one I've seen. It's just weird. Like I said, I was in a weird place while I was there. I was in my head too much or something. I don't fucking know. But I figured out this whole thing with her. And I sat down and I was talking to my friend about it. And she was like, "Oh, hell yeah, she was into you." He was ignoring me. I said, "Yeah, it wasn't worse when you left, but it's like, this doesn't make any goddamn sense to me." Like I am not giving off any signs I'm interested in talking to anybody. I'm sitting here drinking my goddamn beer. I'm not thinking about this shit. But that's usually my personality, right? That's my personality. That's me just being in my, introvert mode. I'm just out living life, doing my damn thing. Sometimes people get keyed in on that shit. Sometimes they don't. Because there was a couple of chicks. One that was at the Sphere show. She was showing me some signs. I'd been all over her ass. But she was too busy in her fucking cell phone talking to her boyfriend or some dude she was talking to because she was on the escalator. So I could see over her shoulder like, Stefano? Fuck that nigga. It better not be exchanging no lovey Texas. But she was cute as shit. Nice legs. Oh my goodness. Anyway, I have a legit not experienced this. Chicks don't look at me. You always got that mean face on. You be having your serial killer face on. That's why. Stop bullshitting. Stop bullshitting, Joe. Tall ass drink of chocolate milk. Somebody looking at your ass, you probably don't see it because you be scowling at them motherfuckers. I've heard that from a chick I used to work with, Latina. She said, don't Arson look like he'd smack the shit out of a bitch? I say, what make you think I smacked the shit out of a bitch? You just got that face. You always making that look. I said, I'm working. Damn. Can a motherfucker be focused on work? No, because she was trying to be all up in my face, cheesing and shit, and I wasn't there. I was focusing on what I'm doing. What I'm doing is a lot of analytical shit. I'm keeping track of numbers, keeping track of this, checking the metrics and all the rest of this shit. I'm not here smiling at this goddamn screen. But because they was looking at me during those times, that was what was throwing them off. They was getting thrown off by that shit. Like, yeah, he looked mean. He looked like he'd choke a bitch. Well, yeah, she liked it. Not in that assaulting way. No. Loving, supple, affectionate. Shout out to 3000 GT for supporting the stream. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate you. All right. I think I've monologue long enough. That's probably a good place to leave it. See if I can get my own stream taken down. Oh, fuck, I was talking about choking women. Hey, you trying to shame me. They say shame the devil. That ain't me. Just another one of these dirty feet angels. And the devil was the first angel. So I'm in good company. All right. So like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. artisanmc, PayPal, Cash App. So let's get into this. All right. So y'all can vote on it so I can get myself out of the woods before somebody got to start wringing out their underwear or their panties, I should say. They look like big, strong hands, don't they? I couldn't resist the geek reference. I couldn't. Y'all tell me in the chat, what do y'all want to talk about first? And maybe I'll drop a link. I don't think we didn't actually 5, 6, didn't actually get enough people for the damn chat. But you guys let me know what you want to hear about first. Ahsoka, Loki, GenV. Look, Beastly ahead of the game already. Bad news first. Bad news first. God. Oh my God. Swift said Loki. Okay, we got 3 options. Number 1, Ahsoka. Number 2, Loki. Number 3, GenV. 1, 2, or 3. The one with the most gets it. Put it in the chat right now, please. This is audience participation time. Since you just got me exposing myself all over the place. Victoria, freak speak. I didn't have to even say that damn much. Didn't have to say that much. Shit, I got to remember what the second choice was. Oh, Loki. Should have wrote this shit down for my damn self. Like it's saying Loki. Fracture is no, he want to talk about Gen V. I know he wants to talk about Gen V. So far, that's 1-1. With Drama Bear, he got a 2. So that's 2 for Loki. Y'all really don't like participating, do you? Y'all know I'm missing Fleet Week for this, right? What is it, 12? 3:15, the Blue Angels is going to be flying over the bay. And I'm in a position where I can see that shit really close. So stop fucking around. Want to get on with it? Let's get on with it. Herb said Ahsoka. Well, we got 1-1. 1, and 2. We got 2 for Loki. The numbers don't show only 3 people watching. Doesn't show that. But I don't know. You're afraid of somebody seeing your name in the chat? That seems really silly. Hungry too. On a side note, you know what I like about this place? There are only 8 residents in this whole building. And I pretty much know or have met all of them already. So it's not a noisy place. And most of them, at least 3 of them, are black men. Older black men. It's Gucci. It's quiet in this bitch. Beastly is right. Herb is like, yeah, Beastly right. Bad news first. Okay, so we go on with the bad news first, which would be Ahsoka. Star Wars used to literally be my life, and now Disney has made me hate it. So no to Ahsoka. Drama Bear, that would be the bad news. Ahsoka would be the bad news. I should have texted Black Bane to come on here because he was chomping at the bit for me to talk about Ahsoka. And I didn't watch that shit until I think yesterday. No, not yesterday, day before, which was Friday night. Was it Friday? God damn, my days are mixing up. I think it was Saturday. Friday night, Saturday morning. I finally watched Ahsoka. Saturday morning, I watched Loki. Okay, bad news first is going to be Ahsoka for me because Ahsoka is the bad news. And maybe I'll try to string it out so y'all feel the need to actually donate to this shit. So let us go ahead and start to cook on Ahsoka. All right. Yeah, y'all gonna get me upset talking about this shit. I should probably pour myself a drink first. But I ain't had no real breakfast yet, so no. I did my reaction to Ahsoka after I watched it. And here I go. As soon as I start talking about it, I want to yawn. Isn't that funny? As soon as I finished saying Ahsoka, I felt a yawn come on. And it's like my fucking inner geek is just like, oh, we got to get into this shit. Because that's exactly what it is. I was bored with Ahsoka. The final episode was the final episode, and I was happy. Not because I was left with a growing feeling of joy or anything like that for what I've seen. I was just happy because the shit was over. And I would not have to watch it next week. Now, the funny part is like, do Ahsoka, I'm just talking. I know it's good. You good, Drama Bear. Look, everybody's opinion is welcome on this shit. If you like Ahsoka, you like Ahsoka. If you don't like Ahsoka, you don't have to like Ahsoka. My opinion on it is nuanced, but at the same time, the fuck was I watching? Uncle Nearest, got it good. I do got some Uncle Nearest, but I ain't trying to get that drunk on an empty stomach. That's probably why I was thinking of brioche French toast. Now, I'm really feeling my own trepidation and wanting to even talk about this shit because I know it's going to piss me off, and I'm feeling in a good mood. I don't want to really be pissed off. And like Black Bane was sitting there asking me about, what I thought about it. He was waiting to hear what I thought about it. He would look for the rant. When I did that reaction, I sent it to him right away, and he listened to it because he wanted me to watch it quickly. And I was like, man, no. And after he saw the review, man, we were talking about different points. He's like, man, go back and look at this part, and you'll see she got 2 lightsabers, whatever. So I'm not going back and watching that shit. I am not going back to watch that. For what? No, I've seen it once. I'm good. I'm not doing it again. It's like crawling through glass. I did it. I'm done. I'm not watching that shit again. And that was the feeling I was left with after Ahsoka. I can't think of anything really in that show aside from seeing Anakin show up that I would want to watch again. Why would I need to? Most of it was taken from other shows anyway. So what would I actually be watching again? Where's the replay value? Not there. Now, shout out to Drama Bear. Appreciate you for supporting the stream. I'll get you in a minute. 1 second. Got my window open so I hear my blinds. Now, new place, you got to get used to the sounds in your new place so you know what to react to and what not to react to. Now, look, I was one who was looking forward to this Ahsoka show. I was one that was looking forward to it. I had a lot of hope for Dave Filoni to be able to do a show and bring this character or bring another Star Wars show to light and for it to be good. What I got was a show that was largely not a show. It was largely an advertisement, an 8-episode commercial for anything else you've seen in Star Wars. A commercial for 2 other shows that I had not watched fully. One I had not watched at all. And just Dave's renditions of things you've already seen George Lucas do. So in which case, it means that nothing was original about this show, which is disappointing to me as a Star Wars fan. Why do I say that? I'm a fan of originals, right? And a fan in the sense that I'm the type of motherfucker that will buy a first edition of a book if I can find it. And it's affordable for me. Like if you had a book of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, creator of Sherlock Holmes, and you had a hardcover first edition of The Hound of the Baskervilles or some shit like that. And it was like, hey, you can buy this. It's like $100 or so. I'd buy that shit. Why? Because I like originals. I'm a fan of originals. In material, in person, in idea, I am a fan of originals. I'm not a huge fan of reproductions. I'm not a huge fan of copies. I'm not a huge fan of reimaginings. I'm not. Now, a really good reimagining or retelling of a story, I can accept that if it's really good. But if all it is a copy and paste of the original work with just your clothing thrown over the top of it, I'm not a fan of that. And I'm not going to lord any genius on you for doing the shit, because that's not genius to me. At best, you should be saying props to the creator and not trying to take any credit for yourself, because you didn't create anything yourself. You copied what they created, the original, in which case you had nothing to add to the situation but your name. So you should not get any respect for that. This is where I am with this Ahsoka show. The entire fucking show was bastardized, copied, cannibalized scenes from other fucking shows. And a lot of George Lucas's shit. That's why I get so fucking incensed when I hear somebody talking about Filoni's Star Wars. I said, Filoni ain't got no fucking Star Wars. He don't have a Star Wars. There's George Lucas's Star Wars, the sandbox that he built that he's playing in, but he ain't got his own fucking Star Wars. You know why? Because he ain't made no fucking Star Wars. what he brought to the table was Ahsoka. And crocheting her in to the whole fabric of fucking Star Wars that you can't have it now without her. Fuck you. For George, even if he won't say it. Fuck you. I don't appreciate that shit. How did a big character become the centerpiece of this whole shit? To take the shine, the limelight from every other character that was created by the original creator of this shit. So you could put it in there and say, oh, this is my Star Wars. You fucking Judas. I mean, I cannot really imagine. I cannot really imagine how George Lucas feels. I really can't. Because everybody that want to butter up to you and pick your brain is another motherfucker who just want to screw you over and take your creation, your children for themselves. So they can have it calling you daddy. Get the fuck out of here, dude. This shit is heartbreaking to me. Heartbreaking. And I'm just a fan. George Lucas don't know me. Don't know me at all. But why do I feel this way about watching his material? Why do I feel so insulted by what KK and now Filoni has done to his work? Not even mentioning Rian Johnson's good goofy ass and whatever Leslie Headland's fucking, not even imagining what she has done to it with her shit. Why do I feel that way? Mind you, I'm not creating any of this stuff. Not creating any of it. I'm just watching it. I've just supported the Star Wars brand since I was young. And when I got old enough to make my own money, I spent my own money on Star Wars stuff. And you know what it never said on it when I bought it? Fucking Filoni. I knew who created it. Yeah, I knew all the people that worked with him on it to create his vision. And they were fine too. They became successful in their own rights for doing that. But they never tried to take that from George and claim it as their own. This motherfucker, who's been working with George for a while, is here trying to take George's baby for his own. Which is why I say Filoni don't got no damn Star Wars, because he ain't created one. Now, apparently, it's possible because Zack Snyder has a Rebel Moon, don't he? But Filoni ain't got no goddamn Star Wars. He doesn't have a world that he created where his character can just exist in. No, he doesn't. He got a world that somebody else created that he put his characters into to take over. So, watching this episode, I mainly felt bored and relieved that the shit was over. And whatever I saw in it is what I fucking saw in it. Good. It's over. But largely, I take it as another bomb to Star Wars franchise under Disney. And the people who love it to death, I look at them and like, what do you love about it? I mean, it's perfectly okay that you love it. I don't even have to say that shit, but it's perfectly okay if you love it. But just convince me, explain it to me what it is that you love about it. I really want to know. I'm curious. like beyond measure. I'm curious. You know what they don't give me? Any valid points. It's all about emotion. It's all about growing up on the Clone Wars and not growing up on the original trilogies. It's all about feeling something on the animated shit that was canon breaking and inconsistent by Dave than it is about the consistent Star Wars universe that existed before that shit came along. Star Wars used to have one of the tightest continuities in geekdom, period. That was the gold standard. Meaning that every character had a backstory and every backstory was cross-checked where it didn't conflict with anything else before it was introduced. That shit is all out the window because now shit will contradict itself in its own fucking show, in its own episode, and not make any sense to the larger whole. Like I told you before, that is just an example of digital fucking thinking. There is no analog through line. Now, in this episode, I feel nothing for Thrawn. I feel nothing for Thrawn in this episode. No sense of a threat, no sense of danger, no sense of anything other than he just want to leave this damn planet. Nothing. He made some tactically, strategically stupid fucking moves that doesn't give me the sense that he is like some military genius. It reads like some dumbass thinking from somebody who's never been in the military or have any understanding of military tactics. So him getting back to the galaxy far, far away gives a shit. Who cares? Maybe he will be less inept than the New Republic because they seem inept as fuck. All the girl bosses and everybody got to have a committee about what action should be taken. You should have no problem wiping them the fuck out. Yeah, one man can do it. But otherwise, I sense no threat. I sense no threat. I feel no impending sense of doom and dread for that galaxy. For what? Because he came back with a Star Destroyer? Ain't y'all breaking the motherfuckers down right now? Isn't that what I just saw? And what was it, Mandalorian season 3? You know, the Pershing episode where they had all these Star Destroyers and shit and they was breaking them down on Coruscant? So? Now, the other thing that bothers me, and I know everybody has talked about this already. I don't give a shit about Sabine. I don't. Now, my boy Chris, he gave me a lot to think about with Sabine in terms of being in the Rebels or Clone Wars cartoon. Rebels cartoon, I think it was. And her journey and stuff she did to the Mandalorians and whatnot. That's all interesting. I might go back and check that out because that seems interesting. But as interesting as that shit sounds, This Sabine in this show was nothing like that. It is not interesting whatsoever. Now, I groaned in this when she force pulled a lightsaber to her hand. I fucking groaned. Like, ugh. Why? Because I'm not liking his fucking character. You don't need to have a force for what? What is the point of this character having a force? Because we've already seen she is shitty as a fighter. She is shitty as somebody using two weapons to fight. She's shitty with somebody using a lightsaber to fight. What the fuck does she need the force for, too? So you can be shitty at that as well? Look, man, for as much as y'all want to disparage George and kill the force, you seem to keep wanting to give it to a lot of people. But typical. I guess if you destroy it, that means nobody can be good at it, right? Then everybody is leveled off so she can be just as good as anybody else at it because it's just not really a thing anymore. What up, War Ready? Oprah out there giving out the force. And you get the force, and you get the force, and you have no talent, but you get the force. I called that shit in the beginning that she was going to be able to move something by the end of the damn show because that's supposed to serve as some progression for this character. This character was fucking garbage. This character should have been dead multiple fucking times in this whole show. Not to mention the one time she got that little pokey pokey from the lightsaber. You know, straight through. She the only one in this show don't die from that shit. Everybody else that gets stabbed, slashed, or whatever drops the fuck dead from lightsabers, except for this bitch. This motherfucker can't even block her backside with Beskar on. I've never seen somebody taking so many hits that wasn't trying to. Look, she taking more shots than a porn star. How about that? A fucking Twi'lek in Jabba's palace. Like, what's the point of giving her the force? For what? There we go. What up, Chris? The being would have been better if she fought like a Mandalorian. Chris, I'm glad you showed up, homie, because I ain't mad at you about this shit. You're the only reason why I would give her the benefit of the doubt and watch her in Rebels. You're the only reason why. That's the only reason I'm making this distinction between what you've told me about her in Rebels and what I saw on the screen in this show. What I saw on this show was bullshit. She does not need the force. She don't need a goddamn lightsaber. Go back to basics. Look, give her a vibro blade and one pistol and see if she can work that for a while. Put her out there with the goddamn younglings with the 3 darts. Because she needs some goddamn training. She don't need the force. She needs training. Like, she can't use a grappling hook instead of the force. Yeah, she needs a grappling hook. That's what she should have used. You got gauntlets on. What the fuck are they there for? So you can block another bolt? Wonder Woman? Fucking, see, I'm telling you, this shit gonna piss me off. It's gonna get me pissed off. Just having to think about this shit is getting me pissed off. Yeah, she was whack as fuck. I'm glad you said it. Look, it's not being anti-woman to say this character fucking sucked. It's not. It's a shit character. If this was a dude, it would still be just as shit. Yeah, Ezra was. Look, I told you guys this before. If Filoni wants all the credit for this being his show, he wrote it, he did everything on it, nobody else did everything. Okay, cool. This is all your fault. This sucks because you suck. And that's what you take. That's the burden of responsibility. Responsibility is if it goes great, you get the applause and the accolades. And if it sucks ass, you get that too. You don't get to pick and choose. It sucked. I was mostly bored. I was mostly insulted. I was mostly disappointed that your ass spent all that time with George and all the fuck you can do is rip off his shit. You don't look talented at all. You don't. You think he was being harsh by saying KK never had a good idea in the group meetings. Where was yours? Where were your original ideas? Them fucking snarling fake ass wolves? There you go. You say women need all the powers. No, the fuck they don't. Look, I like Mom Mothma. She ain't got the force, a lightsaber, a fucking blaster, nothing. She just sitting there in the Senate fighting for what's right. I like Bill Organa. He ain't got none of that shit either. But he got some mouthpiece and a pair of nuts to actually speak up for what's right. I like the character of Luthen. You ain't seen him pull out a lightsaber yet. But the motherfucker's pretty cool. And he might be onto something. He might be a little something. But Sabine, outside of you trying to tell me she's a badass, what badass did I see her do? The most incredible thing I saw her do was get stabbed with a lightsaber and survive. So apparently, we found Laura Kinney in the Star Wars universe. Apparently, because everybody else dies from this. Fucking asshole. Sabine and Ahsoka was irrelevant as Brie Larson, Captain Marvel in the MCU. Yes, you're exactly right, Malika. Yeah. They're supposed to be the all-powerful with the little chicken wing arms. I'm standing up to Thor. Because women are also powerful. Not in that same way. That's why there's a difference between masculinity and femininity. It's different, not the same. But every time you poke your chest out and how to stand up next to some big ass buff man, you look fucking stupid. Because y'all don't have the same struggle, you ain't on the same path. Yeah, Chris, I was thinking the same fucking thing. When they got down to having to make a jump, I'm like, where's her jetpack? Mando, where's the jetpack? But no, in lieu of having a jetpack, I get this ripped off screw attack, double jump shit. I'm gonna push you in the force. How? When did you get that strong? You just got it now, right? Because you were able to pull a lightsaber. Now you just know how to do it all the time now, right? The fuck out of here, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, she's been training. I can tell. I can't. Where have you been, Ahsoka? I've been watching her the whole time. Your ass was still in another galaxy. She ain't been doing shit here. Walking around with Krusty the Krab's cousins. She ain't been training. No. And even after you said that, she was still getting tagged. More training you need. Training little you have. Better you must get. Fucking dumbass shit. Yeah, he can't blame anyone but himself for this crap. And he can get defensive about it all the fuck he want to. Do it. Get in your fucking feelings that I know you'll be in about this shit. Because somebody didn't like my character. Fuck you. How many years has George dealt with the fallout from Jar Jar Binks? He liked that character. Not a lot of other people do. Think he give a fuck? No. Because every one of his characters he creates, he likes. They're his characters. You don't have to like the shit. It would be nice if you did, but if you didn't, he ain't moving them. He ain't taking them out. You'll never see a George Lucas cut of the prequels and see him take out Jar Jar Binks. You never will. You keeping that shit. You like Jar Jar. Fuck you if you don't. But your little sensitive, moist ass, you'd be upset because somebody didn't like Ahsoka, didn't like Sabine. They're just problems. There's just problems in the Star Wars fan base. Fuck you. You wasn't saying that shit when you was trying to get into the Star Wars fan base. There ain't a problem with them. It's a problem with you motherfuckers. Silly ass bitches. Leia, Padme, Mon Mothma, Boba, Han, Lando, Chewie, Chopper, R2, all characters people love and don't have the fucking Force. Exactly, Chris. It's fucking exactly. This is the point that I was making with Dr. T-Asan before. There is more in Star Wars besides Jedis and lightsabers. This is why I loved Andor. And it had none of that shit. And it had some of the most iconic lines and scenes in the show. One Way Out, I still remember that shit is powerful to me. That shit is powerful to me. Delivered by a dude who largely does CG. Understanding what it means for the human spirit. We getting out of here. We getting out of this place. And there's one way out. We doing it together, nigga. That was in Andor. Part of the Star Wars universe. There wasn't no fucking Jedis. He didn't have a Force. He didn't swing a lightsaber. And as much as I want to believe that Luther used to be a Jedi, nobody did any of that shit. But it was a compelling story. It was a moving story. And I felt something for those characters. No Force powers. That ain't what made them cool. What made them cool was good fucking writing, which was absent from this Ahsoka show. You know how absent it was? Go back and watch Andor and tell me what scenes they copy from other shows. I think they did about 8 episodes too. Go back and tell me what they copy from other Star Wars shows. Go back. Tell me. And then match it up to Ahsoka and how many they copied. Every fucking episode. So boring. Yeah. She boring as shit. It's not even a Mary Sue curse. It's the blatant fucking pandering. The blatant fucking pandering. And the moistness of Filoni himself. I'm disappointed. I'm really disappointed in him. And look, my shows are all up there. You see me actually praising John and Dave for saving Star Wars, really believing in them that they could save Star Wars. And now I see what Dave does on his own. It ain't Dave who can save it because Dave don't want to save it. Dave wanted it for himself, just like KK wanted it for himself. You don't want to save shit. You want to save it just enough so he can put his name all over it and him be the face of it. That's not saving it. That's reimagining it in your image. Fuck that. That's not what I'm for. Andor is one of the best Star Wars experiences across animation, film, comics, and TV. I agree with you, Chris, but you know what you'll get? You'll get some people who are supposed to be diehard Star Wars fans shitting all over Andor. They didn't like it. Why? Because it wasn't Spectrum Kid Theater. There wasn't enough flashing lights and stuff like that. Because that's what they know of Star Wars. That's all Star Wars is to them. I'm like, that. It's more than that. It's shit happening all over this universe. Not just with these people, not just with these people who use the Force. Look, I told y'all before, why do I like Amidala from the Star Wars novels, from the Legacy of the Force novels? Because she's saying what most people are thinking. Look, I'm tired of you Jedis and the Sith with this bullshit. Every time y'all want to rise to power on each other, you plunge the whole rest of the galaxy into some bullshit. And we all got to die fucking around with y'all little beef. Look, y'all both need to be under some damn control, or you both need to be gone. That's the regular people in the galaxy being tired of this shit. No Force powers. They tired of people doing that shit. They're tired of the ones who have it, plunging them into this kind of chaos. Look, fuck y'all. We taking over. Y'all gonna come to heal, or y'all gonna get eliminated. And that'll take care of that problem altogether. We ain't got to worry about another galactic war because somebody wanna win their little political beef. Fuck you. And she was Imperial Remnant, nigga. That was Remnant people pushing that. No, we tired of this shit with y'all. No, we didn't have enough of this Jedi Sith shit. You know what? No, we good. We way good. Peace, Herb. Andor was interesting because there wasn't a Jedi Lord, no feminist overtones, no Mary Sueism, and no boring non-dimensional characters. No. Everybody had a story and it was interesting. And there were women all through that shit, but it wasn't a feminist thing. It wasn't. You even had lesbians in the shit, but it wasn't smacking you in the face with a rainbow flag. It wasn't. None of that shit. It was taken as real people, where most of that shit don't fucking matter to real people. Nobody gives a shit. You got your girlfriend, big fucking deal. Did we get into the whole class struggle where it was a rich girl playing at being a lesbian with this little downtrodden revolutionary chick? Did we get into that? No. But that girl did check her on that shit. Yeah, same muff you eating. Yeah, you just doing this for kicks. I'm really into this shit. So you can go and do what the fuck you want to since you're having a crisis, but I got a mission right now. And I'm watching this house. That's my mission. Oh, I thought we would just be together. Bitch, I'm on my mission. I'm just going to write girl bosses from now on. I need money. So, yeah. Apparently, JT, that's what they're telling you. Because apparently that's what'll sell. You can get millions of dollars for doing that dumb shit. It don't even have to be good, apparently. It just has to be there and check off those boxes. But your soul will fuck with you. That's what I'm thinking. Your spirit will fuck with you on that shit. They was supposed to be the chosen one. You were supposed to destroy the legacy of Kennedy, not join her. Exactly, Chris. That's who the fucking acolyte is. Like, oh my God, dude. Seeing this show come out and hearing all of this shit is just like, yeah, KK is the daughter of Palpatine. And she did find herself her apprentice. He flipped to the dark side. Like, oh, you fucking idiot. Fucking idiot. I just want to be able to do my movie. You probably didn't deserve to have your own movie. Because what are you going to put in it? More Georgia shit? More regurgitated scenes from other sci-fi stuff? Or let me guess, more regurgitated stuff from the Clone Wars or Rebels? See, that's why I don't think you deserve a movie. Because you haven't shown me any creative fucking vision of your own. Which to me means you don't fucking have any. You just want a bigger stage for your characters to play in. We'll go off and play with your fucking toys. But people who actually care about this shit are trying to save it and keep it from going down the fucking death spiral that it is, that you guys keep putting it through. Because you just want to use it and abuse it like a $2 hoe. Yeah. That's a good one. Drama Bear is called Star Wars, but it only seems to happen on a couple of planets. And now, not even in the galaxy you know. So there's that. Like, share, subscribe. Support the stream if you feel so inclined. Let me go ahead and get his brother his salute. So shout out to Drama Bear for supporting the stream. I do appreciate it. I didn't want to stop in the middle of the cook. So that's important to donate early so when I get on a tear, I don't have to stop that train of thought. So appreciate you, Drama Bear. I will give you the guts and butts. Appreciate you.
Double up 3 or 4 times. I ain't telling no lies. Run it up. Never let a hard time on the was.
So that's 2 out of, I think, the 4 things I have on Ahsoka. 1, Thrawn don't seem like any of a threat to me. It doesn't fucking matter. Doesn't fucking matter. I don't know what one Star Destroyer with a bunch of fucking corpses on it is going to do, unless the rest of the New Republic has 3 ships and don't know where Dathomir is to be able to, I don't know, surround the planet and bomb it from fucking space. I don't fucking know. Seems like the Emperor did a good job fucking up Mandalore with some TIE bombers just doing that same shit. Well, these things are all corpses already, so I don't think it will count as killing them. But I would think a fleet with your great General Syndulla could probably take 1 Star Destroyer. I would think they could. But, that's just me being optimistic. But if you can't, then you fucking deserve to lose. You deserve to be taken over. It's your weak shit. It kind of looks that way. It ain't even a kind of to it. Alongo looks that way. Like shaking the magic 8 ball. Looks that way. Now, I don't buy Thrawn as being a threat. From this show, I don't buy Thrawn as being a threat. Regardless of what I've been going through reading, based on this show, Thrawn is not a threat. He will make tactical errors. So you can capitalize on that. Don't see him as a threat. Sabine is garbage. Doesn't need the Force. Doesn't need a lightsaber. She needs to go back to youngling training, or not even youngling training. She needs to go back to what do they call them? Foundling training. She does, because she's shit as a Mandalorian. She might as well take off the goddamn armor if it wasn't saving her fucking life. Because I'm not seeing shit that's showing her using Mandalorian anything outside of being able to soak another blast so you don't have another reason to believe she should be dead already. Put down the lightsaber, give up the Force, go back to basics. Vibroblade, blaster. Fucking lame ass. Far as Ahsoka, I do like Rosario Dawson. Rosario Dawson is fine as fuck to me. I do like Rosario. I got a picture up here. I don't think I can share it with you guys. Let me see if I can share it. My Rosario files. Don't worry, none of them are sticky. Nope, that's Florence Pugh. That's another cutie. Little boogie self. Do 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 do. Where's my Rosario? Oh, it's a gift. That's right. It's a gift. I can't show that one because she's showing her little muffy. I think I can show this one. I think I can show this one. Yeah, I can show this one. I can show this one. Share screen. It's a window. Window into my soul. There we go. See that? That is sexy to me. That smile. Hey, Miss Dawson. Hey, Miss Dawson. Actually worked that time. I don't have no problem with Rosario. Rosario is beautiful. She's a beautiful woman. I like her smile. The Ahsoka character is an all right character, but seeing it on its totality, understanding what has been happening this whole time, she's just turned into the biggest fucking Mary Sue character that they've ever created because it took 10 years to get to this point. Now, as far as her fight scenes being slow, she's not a martial artist. She's not a dancer. She's an actress. I'm not expecting her to be going full tilt like Anakin, or excuse me, not look, Hayden Christensen and Ewan McGregor were doing when they were young and spry in doing the prequel trilogies. I'm not expecting her to be at that level, and she's not, thankfully. But I will give her a pass on that shit because she does look the part. I do think the character reverted back to giving these simple, silly ass one-word answers again, little dialogue. Oh no, you should know. Like, if you don't actually fill in some goddamn dialogue, ad lib something. What the fuck? You couldn't think of anything to write? Non-creative, huh? Fuck. I'm not gonna shit on her on this. She's working with what she's working with. I'm not shitting on the Sabine actress because she's working with what she's working with. The two of those characters that have problems because it's Dave pushing what he wants to push through those two characters. That's Dave's personality in those two characters. So that's why I'm having more of an issue with Dave than I'm having with the actresses and stuff like that. Because that's the way he wrote it. It's no different than people thinking that George Lucas's love story in the prequel trilogies between Padme and Anakin seemed really silly and sophomoric. Yeah, it did seem kind of silly. It's not what George usually writes, apparently. It is. Don't take away from the characters, but it is silly. That little love story was a bit silly. It got better over time when he thought about it a little bit more. But initially, it looked really silly. Directing that was dumb for him. So, in this sense, Ahsoka, for the most part, is all right. I don't have a problem with Rosario Dawson. I don't think I see her coming back to play this role again because I don't believe they're doing a season 2. Last thing I heard that they had canceled plans for season 2 for Disney's cost-cutting plan because they owe a lot of goddamn money. And they're trying to trim all the fat they can to save some. So I don't see her in the near future coming back to play this role again, which is fine. She did it one time. She did her best. But if she looks like she's doing Arthur Murray's school of saber fighting, she is. That's exactly what she's fucking doing. She's remembering what they taught her to do at these points. That's just what it's going to be. So I don't have too much of a gripe with her outside of the fact that Ahsoka is supposed to be like this supreme swordsman. And all that does is kind of elevate her in a way to the people that we already know are supposed to sit at positions and tiers in the Star Wars stuff. It just keeps pushing her up there to be better than them in the same time frame. So I guess the thing I can look forward to if Dave gets to go forward doing anything with Ahsoka in the Star Wars universe is Ahsoka eventually fighting Luke Skywalker and kicking his ass in lightsaber combat and force usage because she's tapped into the daughter. I don't even remember her in. No, she was in Men in Black 2, wasn't she? She was Agent J. Agent Jaws. Grimjaw said, where could the ship with Thrawn and a few Night Sisters from another galaxy possibly be going? Yeah, where could they possibly be going? They're the ancient connection to the Night Sisters? I wonder where they could be going. Corellia? I don't know. Maybe. Kashyyyk? I got it. Jakku. They got to find a desert planet to go to, right? Fucking idiots. I'd have been posted. Also, so many problems have come from Dathomir. It's funny the New Republic don't have the planet on constant watch. That motherfucker would have been quarantined off. You read comics, Chris. It would have been quarantined off like Earth got quarantined off in Marvel Comics. Nah, see, all the rest of us spacefaring races, we had a conversation. We don't go to Earth. Nobody goes to Earth sector. It's too many powerful beings on that goddamn planet. Don't go to Earth. Don't fuck around. Don't experiment. Don't visit. No. It's quarantine. You don't go there. Nigga. So. Thrawn, not a threat. Sabine, sucked. Ahsoka as a character is elevated too high. Elevated too high as a Mary Sue. Bothering me. Ezra. I saw a video that pointed out the inconsistencies in Ezra, where at one moment in the last episode, he was talking about he didn't need a weapon. He would only use the Force. And then not 10 minutes later, he was shooting motherfuckers with blasters. Fell down on the Force shit, didn't you? Fell back a little bit. And in this one, he builds another lightsaber. So he actually does need a lightsaber, right? No. What you needed to do was get your lightsaber from Sabine. You know, the one that ain't no good at using it. No, I gave it to you. It's yours. No, it's not. It's yours. You know why? Because you gave it to her. And she brought it back. So you should take it from her. She don't need to be running around with a green goddamn lightsaber. Because for me, color-wise, blue is the training saber, nigga. That's the new trainee saber. You get a blue one. You don't get a green one. You don't get the iconic Jedi Master green. You don't get that. No. You can get a blue. You work up to a green. Silly shit. So I wasn't for that all of a sudden he needed a new lightsaber and now he got to go make another one. Why? Your lightsaber is right there. Take it from her. She got 2 blasters, right? Okay, let her use them fucking blasters. I mean, even Mando, even Din Djarin, having a dark saber, he got his one gun. Yeah, he can whip out the dark saber if he need to, but he got one gun, so he can. Why the fuck does somebody with 2 guns, a gun on each thigh, need a fucking lightsaber? So let me get this straight. This character technically should have the most armaments of anybody on this fucking show. Not only does she have Beskar armor, lightsaber proof, blaster proof armor on, a helmet that can see in all these spectrums and all the rest of this stuff, technology, 2 thigh blasters, 2 gauntlets on her arms that's supposed to have flamethrowers and grappling hooks and rockets and all kind of other shit. She also needs a lightsaber and the Force. You are fucking trash. Ahsoka seems to be doing pretty good running around with 2 lightsabers. That's it. And the Force. Ezra has been surviving on this planet for, I don't know, 5 years or so with just the Force. But Sabine needs all of this shit. She got to have all of it. Excuse me. She got to have all the bells and whistles because girls need it all. But now, when they actually getting into a real scrape, Ezra got to build himself a new lightsaber. No, take it from her. She don't need it. She ain't no good with it. She had lost to the same chick 3 times in this fucking show. She don't need a lightsaber. She need to go back to basics. And Ezra, you don't need to build a new one just so you can give me the lead in for like, oh, well, I taught Kanan Jarrus how to build a lightsaber, and this piece is like his lightsaber, just so you can get to the end and show me Shin Hati's lightsaber, and it has that same piece on it. So, oh, did Kanan Jarrus teach her how to make a lightsaber too? More trying to tie your bullshit all together? Now, just to be clear on that part, Ezra makes a lightsaber, and he automatically has to have a blue lightsaber, which to me, visually, puts him at a lower level than Sabine. Because for me, an old geek, watching Star Wars, Luke started with a blue lightsaber. He progressed to a green one, which in my mind means green is a higher hierarchy than blue. Now, lore-wise now, it means different shit, right? Different colors can mean different things, different ways you attune to the Force and shit. I believe green is diplomatic or something like that. I think that's what that means. I can't remember correctly right now. Whatever it means, that ain't fucking Sabine. And blue ain't Ezra no more. So by all rights, he should not have a blue lightsaber. She should have a blue lightsaber. He could have made that and gave it to her. You know, my first lightsaber. Not still carrying around and owning his shit. That's no different than Rey walking around calling herself Skywalker. Same shit. You didn't earn it. You have not earned that position, that rank, that status. Why should you still have it? And why do you need all of that shit? And still be ineffective in a fight? Because you're garbage. And by you being garbage, by proxy, you're making Ezra garbage. Now, Ezra, they moved on one thing to have him doing Tai Chi one moment, and then by the next episode, he fell back on that shit. He straight blasters and lightsabers now. Because apparently the Force wasn't as strong with him as he thought he was strong with the Force. Apparently, riding on these shitty-ass slobber-toothed wolves to open a gate. The gate not only needed Ahsoka, Master Ahsoka, and Ezra to do, they needed Sabine's help too, who hasn't telekinetically been able to move a fucking cup. They needed her help too to open this door. No, I don't think so. So what's wrong with Ezra? He weak now all of a sudden? This shit was going so far between goofy to interesting to goofy again that it just made the whole thing a painful process. The whole thing. Now, whereas I have about as much connection to Ezra as I do to Sabine. At least Ezra as a character was somewhat interested in me. Because I was curious how he survived on this planet for so long. How he's speaking this language, learned how to speak the language with these little Krusty the Krab creatures. Because remember, Sabine can understand them, but she only been on the planet 10 minutes. So apparently she got that power too. Language she ain't never heard before. She can just understand it. Go figure. Power of plot compels you. The power of plot compels you. Now, what Chris say? Most Padawans build their own saber, so why didn't Sabine? Exactly. Because she's getting Ezra's credit and status by Ezra giving her his lightsaber. She don't have to go back and build a saber. You know why? Because she don't fucking know how. She don't know how to build a lightsaber. That scene would have played completely well if she was standing in there with Hu Yang building a lightsaber and him teaching her how to build a lightsaber, since that's what the fuck he does. The scene made absolutely no sense to have Hu Yang in there counseling Ezra on how to build a lightsaber. Apparently, he already knows how, because his is hanging on her hip. Where's hers? Where's the one she built? Nowhere. Stupid fucking conversation. JL, what up, JL? He says he knows how Sabine got a lightsaber. Feminism? I don't know. Do tell. It's a Rebels callback, but you, again, the show thinks you're watching / watch Rebels. It's a Rebels flashback. Okay, so whose lightsaber is it? Am I right in saying that Kanan Jarrus made it? Is it Kanan Jarrus' lightsaber? Because there's only two types of emitters. It's only those emitters, there's only two of them. And Hu Yang said it. Jarrus made his, and then Hu Yang kept one in case he needed to come back and make another one. He just gave that second one to Ezra. So if Shin holds up a lightsaber and it has that curved emitter on it, that's Kanan's. It's his lightsaber. Why the fuck does she have it? Where did she get it from? Because I remember seeing the episode when Kanan Jarrus died, because I was wondering what the fuck was going on. My boy Zach was watching it in the shop, And I'm like, what the hell is going on with this dude with this helmet on with eyes drawn on it? What the fuck is going on with that? And he told me, oh, he got blinded. He's a Jedi, but he's blind. So he's just using the Force. So he drew eyes on the fucking helmet so everybody else will feel comfortable. All right, whatever. But I did see him dying, saving them. It was kind of epic. They copied it in Mandalorian, but it was kind of epic. So I am right. It's Kanan's lightsaber. Okay, so now Ezra and Shin have a connection because she has his master's lightsaber. Well, it don't fucking matter because he's in a galaxy far, far away, and she in a galaxy further, further away. Oh, that's an awesome fucking Easter egg. Spoiled, but awesome, I guess. No, I'm being facetious. It's not awesome. What the hell are you laughing at, Toya? Get your booty spanked. Also, Ezra has 2 lightsabers in Rebels, so this is technically his third. Doesn't need a teacher. The fuck does he have 3 lightsabers for? Is he trying to be Grievous? He developing a new style? Why do you need 3 lightsabers? 2 I can see. 3? Nigga, what? What are you doing? Double rainbow? What the fuck? Thrawn got lighter after Kanan died. Okay. You got turned up for a minute there. Yeah, Toya, I did. I told you, this shit rubs me the wrong way. It infuriates me. And for some reason, there's a conflict with myself. I don't think it should, but it does. It gets under my skin and pisses me off for how badly this shit is written and how inconsistent this shit is. It pisses me off. And I don't know if it's just from the time spent watching it or the time spent in the Star Wars universe and how much I love it. But it pisses me off regardless. It pisses me off regardless. And every time I start thinking about it, that's what comes out. I get automatically irritated and angry. It's like, dude, I would think you would have to try to make things this bad. But apparently you don't. Yeah, but Chris is saying, but still, how did Shin get it? Because Thrawn had it? When did it get to Shin since Thrawn was yoinked into another universe? Exactly. Did he drop it? What the fuck? Inconsistencies, Chris. Inconsistencies. Think you leaving an Easter egg? It's like, no, but that's stupid. How did it even get there? It's not an Easter egg. That's just dumb. All this shit was, and I'll sum that part up so I can stop talking about this shit. I'll open the chat and we can talk about the other 2 shows. All this was getting most of Dave's shit all into one place. That's why you saw that whole statue sequence with the mother and the son and shit. Look, man, that's just shit he want to play with. It was not stuff I was ever actually cool with. I don't need embodiments of a living force. I do not need embodiments. If the force is in everything and is created by life energy, I do not need a personification, a person being the whole of this. I don't need that. It doesn't need to have a gender, and you don't need to have physical embodiments of it. You don't. It doesn't need to be there. What fucking purpose would life energy need with a physical fucking body? It's dumb. It's dumb. Because as soon as you give it a personal body and a gender, you now make it subject to all the foibles of being human beings. And it doesn't need that. The Force didn't need any of that shit. I don't need to envision the Force having dingleberries hanging off of it or having ovaries. Because none of that shit actually fucking matters. Life is life without a gender. And since life is in everything, in everywhere, it doesn't need a fucking gender. It doesn't need a personification. It just doesn't. All this shit to actually make the son, the daughter, the father, the mother is also somebody else can play up their own emotional issues in this universe that didn't require it at all. I thought it was kind of bullshit that the embodiment of the dark side of the Force was a guy. Kind of telling, don't you think? Since as you come into the Star Wars mythos, you're on the side of the Jedi, and the dark side is what you're trying to resist. So you're always trying to resist the masculine side of you? You bitch. Really? That's what you think you on with that shit? That to be on the light side is to be feminine? You've never read your Bible, have you? You never picked up Paradise Lost, huh? Or you don't actually deal with women. Huh. Nah, that's not how this shit works, homie. It's not how it works. And you also apparently don't know what it means to be a father, because fathers let their kids work their shit out. Or you settle it. Now your mother turned it into a crazy teeth mashing succubus of a crazy ass bitch. Yeah, that happens. Yeah, but that's what Lilith was. The rest of this shit, I don't need. The two most interesting characters in this shit was the ones that got little to no screen time and got short shrift in this shit. And it was the only characters I actually gave a shit about seeing what else happened with them. That was Shin Hati and Balin Skull. Those are the only two characters I was interested in wanting to see something happen with, and they got epilogue treatment. Not even together. I'm like, okay, I guess I'll never find out where the fuck Balin was off on about, which was interesting. Okay. So I got this shit from Clone Wars thrown into this galaxy further away so he can play with it over here. Okay. All right, whatever the fuck. And Shin is over here. I guess she's going to be a warlord now. Why they following her, I don't fucking know. Because she got a lightsaber? Okay. So who are they going to fight? It's just going to be her and these raiders going after Ahsoka and Sabine forever? And the little crab people for what? Just to fight for the sake of fucking fighting? It's just dumb. It's just dumb. Anyway, thank God it's over. So, like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. $ artisanmc and artisanmc on PayPal. Or you can hit it right here in the super chat and I will read your comment. It is about 3 hours in. I should end this shit now. But I didn't get to talk about I haven't talked about. Fuck it. I'll go for another hour. I'll go another hour. Because still gotta talk about Loki and GenV. That Ahsoka shit did just fucking drain me to want to talk about shit. Not good at all. Not good at all. Anyway. All right. You got two options left. Loki. Option 1. GenV. Option 2. Flip that any way you want to. So, crowd participation time, 1 or 2 in the chat. And I am going to try to look at something to detain myself. Something that'll make me fucking happy.
Frankly, my dear, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, that'll kind of make me happy. So what we got? We got 2s. GenV. GenV. Seems like what everybody's saying. Okay. So if everybody wants to talk about GenV, get it. We got it and good. Get it and got it and good. I'd rather talk about that. That actually perked me up a little bit. All right. GenV. Because Loki is just the first episode anyway. More catch up, recap, move forward than anything. It'd be more interesting to talk about it after 2 episodes than it would be to just talk about the 1 episode. And give me 30 minutes on this, and then I'll drop the link in there if you guys want to come up. Excuse me. I'm going to have to ask some foods. All right, so GenV. Episode 4 GenV came out on Thursday. And GenV is basically a college show, because it happens in college, where other children in this world of the boys were exposed to Compound V and got powers. And they had to go somewhere to learn how to develop their powers and how to use this stuff commercially, because all this is funded in some senses by Vault. Vault owns Compound V, so they're selling this stuff and giving these kids this education and whatnot, but it's really training them to be brands. That's all it is. It's branding school. It's teaching you how to use your powers and stuff like that, but also how to work that branding, how to be able to talk in front of the camera and sound natural and shit like that. It's basically in the sense of commercialized superheroes is what it is. But because they are young adults, not necessarily teenagers, but young adults in college, they get into shit that college kids get into, which is a lot of fucking, which is hilarious in some senses, because what up, DJ? It's funny in a sense because these people have powers, and it's like a debaucherous freaking X-Men in some senses, right? Now that's just the humorous parts of it, because some of the stuff that happened is very violent, could be considered very grotesque, but it's in the boys' universe. So if you see something exploding and there's blood all over the place, being that it's happening in the boys' universe, you just accept it as this is like the boys. Okay. Now they mention characters like Homelander and stuff like that. You get cameos from the Deep and A Train and Queen Maeve and stuff. And in the last episode, Tech Knight. But you understand that these are not those characters. These are different characters who aspire to reach the heights of those other characters. Like one of the places they go to is the Lamplighter School of crime fighting. And you already know Lamplighter was a son of a bitch. You already know that. You've seen Lamplighter's, finale. You already know, like, this motherfucker wasn't about shit. He has a problem, right? He has some issues. But be that as it may, his public face was he was a pinnacle. He was on the 7. So yeah, he has a school named after him, teaching kids to be heroes. But it's mostly bullshit. Like that line that said the first 30 seconds of the show had me like, shit. Yeah, that's what got me. Dude, they did a good job. They must have listened to Dr. Dre on that one. They must have listened to Dr. Dre on that one. Dr. Dre has been quoted as saying, I saw the original interview before about how he made songs, and like a song had to grab you within the first 30 seconds. If it didn't grab you within the first 30 seconds, he wasn't really interested in it. This show grabs you within the first 30 seconds. It did. In a visual medium, it did that. Like, holy shit, what the hell is going on? It opens to where you like. Now, the funny part is, this show is produced largely, I think, by the same people who produced The Boys, but this one is Evan Goldberg doing this one. It's not, what's his name? Seth? No, it's not Seth MacFarlane. What the fuck is that fat dude's name? Not his buddy, right? The knocked up dudes. It's not the other guy. The other guy is always doing the boy stuff. And I'm forgetting his, I don't know why I'm forgetting his goddamn name right now. He's always doing the boy stuff. He was actually in one of the episodes of The Boys because he was one of the senators sitting there beating it off to Crimson Countess, right? This one is more so headed by Evan Goldberg, his buddy. So this goes a little bit in the Seth Rogen. Thank you, Beastly. I don't know why I was forgetting that dude's name. McFarlane was the back name that was thrown out of my fucking brain. Seth MacFarlane kept coming up and said, it's not Seth MacFarlane, but it's Seth. Now I'm forgetting the other part. Seth Rogen, yeah. This one is more so fronted by his buddy Evan, because Seth's name is not on it anymore. Evan's name is on it. So it's a lot more sexual stuff in it. Like, some of this shit, I can't believe they actually filmed. I can't believe they actually filmed this shit. Because I can tell you this right now. I've seen more white dude penis in this show in 4 episodes than I saw on Game of Thrones. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? I'm seeing more fucking cock abuse than I need to be seeing. Why the hell do I keep seeing penises everywhere? What the fuck? But at the same time, I shouldn't say this. It comes, it happens, and it is over with. And you're like, okay. Now, if you've never saw Jackass before, white dudes had a real fixation on each other's penises and assholes. So that is what I accept as being white comedy. They're really interested in seeing each other dicks. Just what it is. So messed up shit happening to dudes and something happening to their dicks, that's their shit. Not necessarily for black dudes. Black dudes don't like that shit. I don't need to see your dick, and I don't need to see shit happening to it. That's painful. Oh, hell no. No, white dudes joke about this shit all the time. So, yeah, Seth is also with the Invincible, too. He pushing those two. So seeing stuff that happens to dudes in this show, always centered around their penis or happening to their penises, it is funny. It is kind of funny in a wrong way. Because I can tell you from joking with JT, you guys have to watch the show. I don't know who's watching. If you're watching the show, put a 1 in here, so I know who's actually watching it. So where the spoilers are coming in and where they're not. But I was texting JT. We were talking about the show because he's the one who got me to watch this shit, and we were laughing about it. And I told him Jumanji because that shit was kind of funny to me. Now, while it's funny, here's what it does as a show good, better than Ahsoka. It did the same thing as Ahsoka, but it did it better. Here's the difference. In this show, there's a scene, there's a character, Kate, right? She has the power of influence. If she touches you, she can make you do stuff, right? This other kid on the campus, who is another super too, he has powers too. All these kids on this campus have powers, right? He does something fucked up. She grabs him and tells him something to do to himself. Now, if you've seen, God forbid, X-Men Origins, Wolverine, you remember that a character told, what was his name? It was William Stryker in it. The same thing. She pushed him telepathically to make him go walk until his feet were bleeding and then to keep walking. It was influence. It was the power of influence over that character to get him to do some shit, right? In this show, they kind of copied that, right? Because this character has the power of influence, so they did that. She gave this guy a task to do and not to stop. But while you could say it was a copy of X-Men Origins Wolverine, here's where it wasn't a copy of it. Yeah, she has the same power. Yes, she did the same thing. The payoff was completely different. She made this dude do some of the worst shit. And he's sitting there over in the corner with a baseball bat, swinging it, hitting himself in the dick, yelling Jumanji. Like, what the fuck? And sure enough, in good writing fashion, they didn't just have the character tell you that that's what he was going to go do and think, oh, that's fucked up. Later on in the episodes, you see him over there doing it. Oh, Jumanji. It was messed up. It was messed up. Yeah, she got that Emma Stone thing to her. That chick that's playing Kate, she got them eyes on her. Her eyes, her natural eyes. It's not CG or anything. She has some of the biggest goddamn eyes. It is entrancing in some senses. Like, they must have sold that character on her. They must have cast her based on her eyeballs. Because she has some of the bluest fucking eyes, but her eyes are so big. They are so open. It's like she must wear some super thick fucking glasses. Because what I found out is that people who have really, like Elijah Wood, he has really big eyes, right? Elijah Wood has really big eyes because he's damn near fucking blind. He wears glasses. And that's a thing, that's a tell. They usually need corrective vision, right? So she must wear glasses all the time because her eyes are fucking huge. And it's not distracting from her face. It just makes her emoting in the scene resonate differently because her eyes are so goddamn big. Like, you really feel like this bitch might be crazy. Or she meant that shit. And it's just glass, no blinking. It can't be off-putting. It can be unsettling to a sense. But yeah, she was giving my son watch it. I'll know she's giving off the Emma Stone vibe. Because Emma Stone was my son's go-to. Scarlett Johansson and Emma Stone. He came to it naturally, nigga. Look, he liked what the hell he liked. And sure enough, his first girlfriend, she looked like fucking Emma Stone. But my daughter got her own thing. Her boyfriend looked like fucking Ed Sheeran. She had a thing for Ed Sheeran. Fucking gingers. Whatever. They both like gingers. But that is the way some of the stuff goes in this show. Now, what I am liking about the show is I don't know where it's going. While it is in the boys' universe, it is carving out its own place in its own world. Something that Dave Filoni did not do with his shit correctly. While you know other characters like Homelander and all this other shit are out there, you don't see them, and nobody is trying to be Homelander. All of these characters are diverse in their own. And nobody is playing up the fact that they're diverse. Actually, in the show, they joke on that shit in the show to show how Vought and corporate interests want to play up that shit. And the characters don't want no parts of that. They just want to be themselves. But no, you gotta work in this Heartland demo. Can't do that. You can't put that character out there because it won't work here. You know, and this group won't like it. Fuck all that. I'm not even concerned with all that. That's how the characters feel about it, which is how the audience as itself feels about it. It's like, yeah, I don't give a shit about that either. Now, the main character of this is Marie Moreau. And I don't know that actress's name. I probably should look up her fucking name because she's kind of hot. She got a body on her. Excuse me, I'm hetero. Jeez, my hetero pickle. Jazz Sinclair. Oh. JT, you should look this up because we were having a conversation about this. Type in GenV cast and see who pops up first. See who pops up first. Now to go to the conversation we were having. Let's see if I can share this with you guys. All right, here we go. Oh, Jensen Ackles is going to be on this shit? I didn't know that. Spoiler. Spoiler. All right. So this is Jazz Sinclair. Jazz Sinclair is cute as shit. That was showing on the screen for y'all? Yeah. She's cute as shit. She got a nice body on her, too. Is that her boyfriend? Of course. God damn it. 29 years old, 5'5", thick as fuck. She's playing the character of Marie Moreau. Marie Moreau has what would easily be explained to you guys as blood-bending powers. Her powers are linked to her blood. Oh yeah, she got a nice everything going on with her. You see her on screen. She got them braids and shit. It's like, God damn, dude. How old is she supposed to be trying to play? Because you're giving me some fucked up feels. Because she's looking cute. Cute as shit, right? She has what would be considered blood-bending powers to me. To regular geeks, that's the easiest way to explain it to you guys to understand what happens. That if she cuts herself, she can use her blood telekinetically and use it as whips, lariats, stabbing implements. Think Carnage, okay? Think Carnage. Because that's basically what Carnage is. The Carnage symbiote is red because it's in Cletus Cassidy's bloodstream, and it creates its stuff out of blood. Okay? Now, her ability, when it manifests late from Compound V. It manifests when she has her first period. And while she's in the bathroom having her first period, and her mother is checking on her, when her mother comes in that room, the girl gets spooked and her blood turns to like blades and explodes and kills her mother. And when her father comes in there and sees that shit and she freaks out more, it kills his ass too. That's the start. That's the start, my dude. Like Lion was saying, 30 seconds. That's the start. That's the start of the show. Now, if that don't get you roped into what the fuck is going on, you won't be ready. You won't be ready. Well, spoiler, Mad Villainy. What's up to Villainy? It's kind of getting to that. It's kind of getting to that because something happens in this last episode where I told you, you know, penis abuse is a big thing in this. Some shitty ass telepath was trying to do some things to her. He got mental abilities. He's a scumbag. He was trying to get him a little bit of brown sugar without her permission, and she did something to his tallywhacker, which was basically her controlling the blood flow. Not in the Magneto way either. Homeboy ain't never going to be the same. I can tell you that much. Homeboy is not going to be the same ever again. Now, unless he has a super ability to heal, look, he's going to look like a goddamn Hydra down below. I'm just saying, dude. It's going to look like silly string down there. You want to understand what happened? You should watch this shit. It's only 4 episodes right now. You can catch up real quick and you'll be into it. So that's why I think it's getting to that she can control other people's blood as well. Right? Carnage became a god, though. Yes, Carnage did become a god, though. But that's Carnage, nigga. Maybe she'll become a god one day. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Lion, I was like, what the fuck is going on? What the hell was that? Because you already know, you're already in for the fact that the people got powers. But that is not a power that you've seen before necessarily. Because me, in my mind, I break it down as just telekinetics. Blood, water, flame, whatever. It's a type of kinesis. You can just control this type of kinesis. But the fact that it was in her blood and she has to actually cut herself and bleed to be able to use it is interesting. It gives it a little different twist. It gives it that yuck factor. Like you're hurting yourself. It's like Wolverine popping his claws. You realize without his healing factor, every time he popped his claws, he would just be bleeding to death out of his knuckles. Because that's what happens. It bursts through his skin. That growling and shit like that is not just because he's feral. The shit hurts. That's what all the growling is about. You realize what you have to do and you do it, it hurts every fucking time. And the only time you see him really bleeding is when his healing factor is fucked off. Then you see it's a problem. Not only is the radiation in the metal killing your ass, but now you're bleeding all over the place and it won't heal. She has to do somewhat the same thing. She has to cut herself to use that ability. And it can be pretty effective, although it's pretty fucking gross. It's blood all over the place all the time. Would you say Dead Man Wonderland and Yu Yu Hakusho had characters who use blood? Really? Yeah, blood is one of them things that people don't get into unless you're a fucking vampire. It really is interesting power. It is messy as fuck. So, on her 18th birthday, leaving the group home setting, not getting adopted because her parents are fucking dead, she gets accepted into Godaiken U, or Godolkin U, God U, a university for super people. And she has black girl magic skills with the testing, and she gets admitted. And she goes to this school with other super people because her dream is to get onto the 7, like all the rest of them. And she ends up in the pool with all of these other super characters, other super people. Now, one of the ones she first meets, her roommate, is this character right on the right, played by Lizzie Broadway, which is Emma Miller. And for me, Emma is cute. Well, not Emma. Lizzie is cute. Emma, the character, is fun. The Emma character is fun. Now, the Emma character is the one responsible for this line that me and JT keep laughing about, which is the get it, got it good. That's Emma. That's Emma Mayer, right? Little Cricket. Now, her power is she grows small. She can grow small. And by the last episode, you see that it works in reverse. She can grow big too. Damn, she only 25. God damn, I feel like such a weirdo. Lizzie is cute. She has good eyes and shoulders. But the character, Emma, is more fun because Emma is more down to earth. She does a lot of goofy shit. Why? Because in some ways she just want to be liked. But the funny part is any powers? Yeah, she has powers. Everybody on this show has powers. She's a YouTuber. She has a YouTube following. A little cricket, right? But the other thing that she do dope, is she's trying to get laid. She really trying to get laid. She in college. She's trying to get bumped on. It is not shame about it, right? But everybody else kind of look at her like, she's just a character that can get small. She just gets small. What good is that, right? Now, this is where the shit looks like sky high to college years to me, which is if you don't go to the Lamplighter School of Crime Fighting, you are relegated to the drama program, the Crimson Countess drama program, which is basically considered like the sidekick program if you've seen Sky High. That's what it is. It's the sidekick spot. Like, yeah, your powers wasn't cool enough, so you can go over here. You can go to drama. You can go to that acting part. And that's what made it seem like Sky High to me, because anybody in this drama shit is basically like them low-level tier powers that you like, yeah, whatever the fuck. You can't fly. You ain't got no super strength. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, you super, but not as much as everybody else. You know? So it's kind of messed up. Cricket's in there, and Marie gets thrown in there too. Even though she wants to go to crime fighting, she does not get into crime fighting. She gets demoted down to drama, and she doesn't like that shit. Right? But Emma's in that shit. Emma's funny. That character is more fun. And it was after watching 3 episodes of this shit, I pitched the idea to JT that I think that because of how much happens with the Emma character, I think that she was the original lead of this show. I think that's what it was. That when they wrote this show, the main character was Emma. And that later, for maybe diversity's sake, they put the Marie Moreau character in as the lead, bring the black chick in as the lead. Because a lot of the funny stuff that happens in the better lines and stuff happens with the Emma Little Cricket character, not the Marie Moreau character. For the most part, she's there, but sometimes she's out of the scene, and it's all about what's going on with Emma. Because Emma's story is interesting. And that's not to say none of the other characters' stories are interesting. All their stories are actually interesting. And it's only been 4 episodes, so you're getting them pretty fleshed out in 4 episodes. Emma's story, what you find out later on, is that, yeah, Emma can grow small, But the way she grows small is she has to purge, meaning she has to throw up. And it takes some time. She has to go into the bathroom, and like all Hollywood starlets may know, she has to stick her fingers down her throat and start throwing up in the toilet. And as she throws up, she gets smaller and smaller and smaller. No Pym particles, no shrinking suit. No, she has to lose mass to get small. And I'm like, God dang, that's a twist. Yuck. But because that's the way her power works, it is considered disgusting to her. Because now you get all the internal angst of somebody who has an eating disorder, bulimia or anorexia, and has to throw up all the time. Even though she doesn't, it's taken as that. People will see it as that. And so she's ashamed of it in the sense that she hides how she gets small or big. She doesn't tell people that shit because she's ashamed of it. The further layer onto that shit that makes it that much more for her to deal with because she struggles with acceptance and stuff like that is the fact that her mother was the one who taught her how to do that shit. That her mother wants her to be the starlet. So it kind of plays like that Starlight shit in The Boys. Mother gave her that compound V. Because she was mom's chance to be something again. Like, dude, it's a lot of fucking dynamics in that shit that's fucked up. But the actress, Lizzie, she plays that shit really well. You feel something for that character. And this is not to say none of the other ones are doing any worse of a job acting. They're all doing awesome. The Marie character, feel her performance. The Kate character, feel her performance. Golden Boy, which I haven't got to, you feel that. Illness, you feel it. You feel all of their performances. They all feel like characters that have their own backgrounds you're hearing about and it's fleshing out and understanding how they're reacting to some of this shit. But none of it is peaches and cream. All of it is kind of tragic. The only one that has it maybe a little cool together is Golden Boy. And then you find out what's going on with him, and you're like, oh, well, fuck. Not you either. And in the show, they are trying to prime him to be the next Homelander. Just better adjusted. So that is what you get. You get Marie in this college setting dealing with other supers with their own struggles, all trying to get to a position to where they can be on the 7 or be a hero in their own city somewhere. Corporate interests trying to push them in one way, them trying to go another way to define themselves. And then the third thing with them interacting with each other. All in that same city. That's why I say young adult angst and not teenage angst. It's not teenage shit. It's 20-year-old stuff. College kid stuff. That's kind of fucking funny. And it kind of works out kind of funny. Now, what you find, just to whet your appetite a little bit more for what's going on in this place without spoiling it, is that obviously there's something going on here at the school. And at the school, supers are being experimented on. And they not, the nice, touchy-feely kind of experiments. It's kind of, maybe some dark beast, Mr. Sinister type shit going on there. And the kids at the school don't know about it. But a couple of them do, the ones who escape and keep having these visions or these repressed memories of something going on here that's kind of driving them fucking nuts. So there is a see the underbelly to this shit, which is actually really interesting. And that they just really start delving into in this last 2 episodes. Now they've covered a lot of ground in 4 episodes of development on these characters for you to get to know who these characters are, what their backstory is, kind of their motivations for what they're doing, and then what is going on in this overall story to get you on board to understand, okay, I kind of get what this character is going through. I kind of get what they're going to do. What the hell is going on here? These people are kind of screwed up. What? But still giving you moments in there where you'll laugh hysterically at some inappropriate shit. Like, who was in here mentioning Tech Night? Who mentioned Tech Night? Longo? Shout out to Tech Night. That shit was wrong, dude. That was wrong. That was really wrong. And why I'm saying it's so wrong is that actor having to play that shit. That actor having to do that. That gotta be some of the most embarrassing. That has to be some of the most embarrassing work you had to do. But you probably could have had some fun at doing it. Possibly. But god dang, that was a bit much. Broke me out. It does look like rape. So those are the cast of characters there. Lizzie Broadway is a standout. Jazz Sinclair is a standout. That's Patrick Schwarzenegger? Holy shit, that's Arnold's kid? I didn't know that. Get the fuck out of here. I did not know that was Arnold Schwarzenegger's son. I'm trying to see it. I'm right now I'm looking at him. I'm only seeing Maria Schreiber a little bit. But maybe a little Arnold. Huh. 30 years old too. I did not know that. Huh. Learn something new every day. This is Maddie Phillips. As you can see, look at her eyes. See that shit? She's the one playing Kate. See how her eyes look like they're just floating in her fucking eye sockets? It's like hypnotizing. And the show is worse. I think it's because she always got her hair pulled back. Or it's flatter or something. I don't know. It's weird shit. Jensen Ackles. Chance Perdomo. So he's playing, what is his character's name? I'm forgetting the character's name. Andre, obviously. Now, Andre is interesting because Andre has magnetic powers. So it's like a Black Magneto, if you want to call him that. And he is a second generation hero because his father had powers. His father was a hero named Polarity that had magic powers or magnetic powers. So now he has these powers. And he is suffering basically what you would consider a father trying to push his son to be better than he was. And you are part of a family that already has a dynasty and superheroes. So you have to be there and you have to be better and all the rest of that. He's dealing with those pressures of that, those performance pressures of you have to do this, you have to be on the smart, don't mess up your future like this. You know, it's like being a star athlete kind of situation. That's what he's in a sense. And that's how it's playing. Now, if they go some kind of way to try to throw shots at Alonzo Ball or something like that, I'll be looking for that. But that's kind of what it plays like. You know, in that part there. Now, this is the other character that is interesting. This is Derek Liu. He plays the character of Jason. Is it Jason? Jordan Lee. Now, this is an interesting character in a sense because this character of Jordan can change shape between a male or a female. It can take the shape of male or female. And with his powers, he gets strength, durability, and some kind of energy projection shit, right? Which is interesting. But the more interesting thing is you get to play up this whole idea of genders with this character because the character goes back and forth. Literally transgender. Literally. That's what you get to play on. You get to play on this character going back and forth, discovering their own sense of self. He's a guy sometimes it's a girl, or maybe it's both. It doesn't matter. And the funny part is, this character likes fucking either way. One scene is he's a girl getting banged out. Another scene is a guy kissing on a chick trying to get her. It goes both ways. It does. The character doesn't care. But you also get the struggle of the character where you find out, yes, his parents gave him compound V. But in a fucked up sense, the father only liked the son. Didn't like the character turning into a girl. Now, JT and Chris will know this because I talked about this with my characters. Now, mind you, this will also get into the part where I tell you certain ideas you have, and my belief is that higher power throws ideas out to everybody, and if you don't use them, it will move them to somebody else that will use them. But you were given certain ideas for a reason. Now, I talked about it with Chris and JT before about my character of X. And my character in my 5 characters was a shapeshifter. And part of the story arc I had for that shapeshifter was that during a battle with one of these villains that these 5 characters were facing off against, X gets hit, right? And goes down, gets hit hard and goes down. And what they find, what the other 4 find when they go over to X, they find out that X is a girl. That all this time that they've known this character, it is always presented as a guy. It's always been a guy. They thought it was a guy. It's a girl. It's a girl the whole time. And then going through the story of making that transformation with that character to being accepted by its friends who only knew it as a guy, but now accepting her as a girl. That you could play on that because I always thought shape-shifting is an interesting power to play up because you never really have to be anything. You really don't have to be shit. You can be whatever the hell you want to. And who's to say? That's one of the things I always found interesting about Mystique in X-Men comics that they touched on it sometimes. Yeah, you would say Mystique was a lesbian. She was into it with Destiny. But Mystique had whole lives as a guy. Whole lives, whole families. That she was a guy. That's how she got information and shit. So who's to say what your real form was? If you're a shapeshifter on that level, you can do stuff like that. Who's to say what your real form was? Now, I told JT and Chris about that story, that idea, throwing it out into the universe, saying it out loud. And that was years ago. I told them in a shop. That was the idea for that character to be able to play up that. And they spawned ideas from them too, because they were saying that Chris was really on it. Like, no, you could actually play up this whole transgender thing. You can get a lot of stories out of that. Like, yeah, you could. I didn't do anything with that story. I didn't write that story. I have the ideas for it. I didn't write them out and put them out there. This character, Jordan Lee, in this series can do that. It is a shape-shifting character with powers like my shape-shifting character had. And it can play up the same stories of the ideas I had back in the fucking 90s when I made up the character. Don't use them. They will go somewhere else. It went somewhere else. This is where they went. And it's now being put out there. So I'm very interested to see how this character of Jordan actually plays out, because where is the chick that's playing? Where's London? Let me go back. Where the hell is she? Is that her? I thought her name was London something or other. That's not her. The female version of Jordan, little cute chick, but they don't have her up here. I wonder why. Yeah, I wonder why they don't have her up here. Weird. Anyway, she's cute, but she's obviously smaller. And them switching between that role, playing it, gets pretty interesting, because she gets into her conflict with being who she is, that people will look at her differently out in the world. And because she is being able to go between these two genders like that, Vault doesn't really have a way to actually promote her in the Heartland and stuff. They don't want to use that character, that super, as the face of too much. And I'm like, damn, that's kind of fucked up. Because mind you, all these powers are a crapshoot. You don't decide what powers you get. You just get what you get. All right. That's the power she got from Compound V. That's the power she got. But you see, what I'm more interested in is the downside of superpowers. That was always more interested in me story-wise. Is, yeah, it's perfectly cool to have all this power. What's the downside to that? What's the other side to that? The part that sucks about having this power. Because that's more interesting to me. Like, everybody loves Superman having super strength. It's not fun to have super strength where you can't have a bad dream. You can't forget not to exert normal pressure on your doorknob when you're trying to leave the house. Not putting your nightstand and your alarm clock through the fucking floor when you get woken up. You can't get startled by people. You'd probably kill somebody. That's the downsides to that. You don't turn it off. That part always interested me more than just having a power. What's the downside to the power? And every one of my characters, I built that downside into them because of that. That there has to be some struggle in there somewhere with this ability. So, Matt Villy said, I'm preaching. I'm preaching about what? Ideas, interesting characters development. So, it's an interesting show. If you haven't watched it on Amazon Prime, you should definitely check out GenV. I think I've said enough not to spoil the show for you, because y'all know I don't do that shit. I don't spoil shows for you. At least I try not to. Unless they deserve to be fucking spoiled and they garbage anyway. You probably wouldn't want to watch it. But it's an interesting show. It's an interesting show. I'm curious to see where it goes next. I am more interested in seeing this one on Thursday to see episode 5 than I am to see Loki episode 2. But it's just because this is grabbing my attention a lot more than Marvel and Star Wars stuff have. I'm thankful for the break from watching any more Star Wars content, any more Ahsoka. I'm skeptical on what Loki is going to be, even though I was looking forward to the season coming back. But I'm really interested in seeing what happens with Gen V, because I don't know where this shit is going to go. I don't. And that's what I'm along for. I'm along for the ride and not expecting to see anything I've seen before in some other show. So, right, my characters can actually control their powers. In fact, one of them can shut his powers off at all. Yeah, one of my characters, his whole thing is learning control because his power is so destructive. He has to learn control. And it makes him a little bit, I wouldn't say aloof, but set apart from people because he understands he has to control it. It takes time to master controlling this ability. It does. It's not like everybody else's abilities. This shit is dangerous. It is very destructive and very dangerous. He can kill a lot of people. He has to learn how to control that shit. And I have one scene, and I wrote that he is off in the desert working on controlling and refining his powers because that's what he does. He works to control that shit. He has to. He doesn't have an option not to. And it makes everybody think he's an asshole and shit like that, but you don't understand how much work it takes to actually learn how to control this shit. Yeah, can't control his powers. Yeah. I have one character, he fucking died from trying to get his power. He fucking died. It became something else completely because he died trying to get that power and contain it. Powers have a downside. Powers have a downside. They have to have a downside. That doesn't mean it's the main thing, but they have to have a downside. Like Spawn's powers, initially, he had a timer. That he had all this ability he could use. But initially, back in the beginning, there was a timer. He couldn't use all of it. If he used it all up, it'd be a problem. So you can do anything with it if you want to. But every time you use it, you're depleting something and you're getting closer to something else that you don't want to happen. So it was something that was used sparingly, not all the time. Which is how I think Wolverine and his claws should be. Shouldn't be popped all the time. Wolverine is a proficient enough fighter and weighs enough with all that adamantium on himself that just punching somebody would probably put their ass out. You don't need to pop the claws. You pop them claws from really serious motherfuckers. Saber-tooth, sentinels, shit like that. Everybody else you can get straight bare knuckle beat downs. No worries, I got what you meant, because you can't control. Yeah. So the link is in there. I got 20 minutes left. If you guys want to jump up there, the chat is open for you to come up, share some of your thoughts and witticisms. Maybe you watch Loki and you can express some stuff on Loki that I didn't want to express right now. I did go on a little long about my weekend, but that's my choice. It's my show. It's my show, motherfucker. Sorry, I don't do short form content for the attention deficit among us. So, coming to the stage. It's been a while since he's been here. I will give you the Beast. What up, Beast?
Nothing much, man. What's happening with everybody?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the StreamYard shit was dragging and stopping and starting, and I'm looking at this shit playing on YouTube. It ain't stopped or started one time. Like, you stop fucking around, StreamYard. I don't know what your issue is.
It's StreamYard, man. It's like they gotta get their shit together.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is going on, dude. I don't pay you for this shit. It's not why you get paid. You had to change your name to Broken Stream Yard. On blocks in the yard stream. Like, what the fuck? Anyway. So what's good with you? Did you check out Loki, Gen V,
I did not get. I forgot.
If you want to go back into Ahsoka, you do so at your own peril. Because I was in a good space after talking about Gen V. But if you want to drag me back there, nigga,
The only funny thing is I was watching episode 1. We're finishing it up, and baby girl was watching me, and I'm watching that last fight scene with Sabine. I said, "This lightsaber skills are shit." And then the 4-year-old girl was like, "No, her lightsaber skills are awesome." I said, until she got poked in the chest, then she didn't want to watch the show no more. I said, "You want to watch episode 2?" She's like, "No." I was like, "What's the matter? Them lightsaber skills ain't as awesome, right?"
no, they're not. I missed part of that because apparently I lost internet connection when I said something about StreamYard. Is that what it is? Y'all got monitors now? It'd be just be like flipping a lever on motherfuckers because they complained.
Oh, y'all talking about StreamYard? Okay, but we got some for them. Mess with
yeah, because I didn't hear part of what you were saying until you got to she didn't want to watch any more lightsaber fights. I didn't hear none of that because on my screen I saw a little dial up on my shit. But I'm looking over on YouTube. Y'all can still see me. But on my shit on StreamYards, it was like, oh, we're pausing. No sound, no nothing. Okay, keep fucking around. See, don't I move on to another streaming platform?
No, what I was saying was I was watching it with the 4-year-old. I was watching episode 1 of Ahsoka, and I was commenting on, and I said kind of out loud that Sabine's lightsaber skills are terrible. Well, 4-year-old girl, because it's a girl. No, it's not. It's good. I was like, and then she got poked in the chest, and I was like, then she didn't think them lightsaber skills was awesome. When I said, "Oh, she died. I don't want to watch it no more." I said, "No, she didn't die." We got to episode 2, about to start episode 2. She was like, "You want to still watch it?" She was like, "No."
No, she lost. See, here's my thing. That goes to a shallow ego altogether. Because mind you, I raised my son, I raised my daughter. I didn't raise fundamentally, I didn't raise my daughter any differently than I raised my son, right? I understand that they need to have role models to look forward to, but I also understand they need to try. That was one of the main things that was taught into them, that they have to try. You have to work at doing this shit. It's not going to come easy. And I may have dealt with it a little bit more with my daughter than my son because she got a lot of things right off the bat. So if she had to struggle at something, she was really having an issue like, why is this not fucking working? That was just me. That's my personality. I get that. So that's what I had to, baby, you just have to work at some shit. That's all it is. You getting over that you're good at certain things right off the bat. Okay. That means you need to try harder on these things you're not getting off the bat. It's not that these things are broken. This is the level that you're in work you're supposed to be putting into things.
Yep.
That's just what it is. So Sabine losing a lightsaber fight and getting stabbed through her goddamn belly. Yeah, for a young girl who just want to see girls winning, it's just demoralizing, but that's usually how shit works. The only problem is she didn't die like everybody else did. She didn't. That's what happened to anybody else. And you saw it in this show. Everybody else died from getting stabbed with lightsabers. What's her fucking excuse?
Yeah,
She's
quite
all most of the other people. She ain't got no vital organs. How that shit work? Like JT was saying, they liquefy her insides when she got stabbed? Apparently not. Apparently her insides are made of Beskar too.
Yeah. Let's ask Qui-Gon Jinn how his damn insides felt. You know, he's a force. Yeah, how he felt.
I was saying that shit from the beginning. They like, man, they throwing so much shit on Qui-Gon so he can get stabbed in the belly button and die, but she can get stabbed through the hip and live. Get the fuck out of here. Even Darth Maul lived. That motherfucker got cut in half. Like, what y'all got against Qui-Gon? He didn't want to live. He just wanted to give it up. No, the fuck he didn't. He wanted to live. Fuck you. He just took on Anakin. He wanted to train him. He put his whole career on the line to train Anakin. He wanted to do that. He didn't want to be dead nowhere. Shut up.
Yeah, he was about to take on another Padawan. He was like, ready. He's good. I can take another one on.
Yeah, stop lying. Like, stop lying. Who you capping for? Who you capping for? Emperor? It's okay. He don't give a shit. There's more Jedi's for him to try to figure out how to kill. Don't worry about it. But yeah, that's. Like I said, I'm glad the shit is over. I'm personally glad the shit is over. I didn't want to have to watch another episode of that shit. I mean, I'm not looking forward to seeing any Star Wars until Andor season 2 comes out. I'm really not. And this face that I have talking about Star Wars is what Disney and Lucasfilm have given me after 10 years. That's what it looks like. This is the face of a tired fucking geek, pissed off about what you've done to a franchise I love. A creator I had respect for, a universe I had respect for, and how you have smeared monkey shit in my face and tried to get me to smile and say I like it. And when I don't, you tell me I'm some phobe or some shit like that. Like
misogynistic,
yeah,
like,
no, I'm not. I'm all for strong female characters. I am. I love that shit. I don't like these bullshit ass Mary Sue's you keep throwing out here because that's not a strong female character. It's not. If I couldn't get a female to watch that shit and like it, how strong and how feminine do you think that character is? It's not. So call me what you will. You won't call me liking that shit. That's what you won't call me doing. And you won't tell me I have to like it because this person made it. No, it still sucks.
Yeah, the person that made it just be the one with the shitty concept. Yeah,
Look,
don't put the black writer on the show, but then the show be shitty.
And see, that was the thing. The last episode was Rick Fumajai. I forgot to mention that shit. I forget how to say his last name. I like that director. His stuff is kind of slow, but I like that director. But I was bored. And it wasn't just because his episode was boring. The show was boring. It wasn't just him. Throwing him at the end, the tail end of it was like, oh, what the fuck ever, dude. I'm already checked out by this point. I'm just watching this shit because it's the last episode. I'm not watching it with any anticipation, no excitement. I'm just watching it because it's the last fucking one. And after this, I don't have to watch it again. That's why I was watching the shit. You did him a disservice by putting him on that fucking episode. One second. So I may like the director, just like I liked what's her name before she did Obi-Wan Kenobi, Deborah Chow. Yeah, I liked her before she did Obi-Wan Kenobi. I didn't like Obi-Wan Kenobi. Think somebody handed you some shit to blow up your fucking career. Because what I see from Obi-Wan Kenobi and this Ahsoka show, these are ideas from fucking Dave. He set your ass up. Him and KK set your ass up to put your fucking career down in flames. Because I see some of the same ideas in this shit all over again.
Well, I knew what type of time Dave was on when he was at Star Wars Celebration. When I watched that clip, when I watched that video of him, he's sitting on the stage with that pink background on and the cowboy head, got his legs crossed like a woman. I was like, oh, I know what time you on, sir. I know you about to fuck something up. When I saw that, I said, I already knew. I already knew.
I didn't see that because I didn't watch all the rest of Star Wars Celebration in Europe. I never got a chance to sit down and watch all of that, so I didn't see that shit. The pink background.
No,
shit.
it was the Chicago one. It was right before the pandemic and all that other shit. It was that one.
Yeah, I wasn't watching that nigga. Yeah, told you he wasn't on my radar beforehand. I had only known beforehand. I had known of Dave based on what he had done on the Clone Wars and how people, most notably Zach and Ford, raved about Clone Wars shit. Raved about Clone Wars. Now, I'm not standing in the shop watching Clone Wars the whole time. They loved that shit. And the stuff that we talked about that was happening in Clone Wars, I said, yeah, but that's kind of canon breaking. That don't seem right. That seems stupid. Why is that even in there? Supposedly his shit working with George. Whatever. I'm not saying George had every idea he had was a good one. I'm not saying that. George is human. Some shit he did I like. Some shit he did I don't actually care for. It doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
But he did more stuff that I liked than stuff I didn't like. Like, I might be one of the few black dudes to say, I don't have a problem with Jar Jar. I don't have a
I
problem
like Jar Jar.
with Jar Jar or the Gungans talking like Jamaicans. That shit was kind of funny to me. Because, look, if you know Jamaicans, that's what I saw when I was in the theater watching this shit. It's like, oh, they're just fucking Jamaicans. So what is this? The saltfish getting to talk now? Yeah, this shit was kind of funny to me. I didn't like them being stupid, but that's where my problem with it comes in. They seem kind of dumb. But I get the whole Buster Keaton, physical comedy thing with Jar Jar. You needed something in it. Otherwise, the movie would have been boring as shit.
Yeah, we can't put it all on CP3 on R2D2.
No, and it was look, this is the prequel. They showing up for the first time here. They ain't got no personality. Look, R2's debut onto the screen for personality was seeing his homeboys getting shot out into space like, nigga, that ain't about to be me. Get this ship fixed. That is not about to be me. Why was it R2D2? Because the motherfuckers got blown away. That got blown out of there. He was the third dude out to shoot, and he even got the shit fixed because he didn't want to get blown out into space. Fuck that. Losing astromechs fast. Not this one. He wanted to save his life. His sentience as a droid. What a mad villain. They say, I'm still getting through Andor. It's way better than Ahsoka. It is, man. I'm telling you, I was more hyped for Andor, the stuff that they were saying and not saying it the whole time. Because I swear to God, Luthen is a Jedi who walked away from the Order. I swear to God. I swear to you, he's a Jedi who got disillusioned. He was there for Order 66, and that motherfucker walked from that shit. And that chick that's with him is his Padawan, and that's why she looked like a fucking stone killer. Because believe you me, I'd love to see. I'm forgetting the character's name, but I'd love to see Luthen's little aide and Shin Hati size up on each other. I bet you lightsabers come out, nigga. I bet you lightsabers come out, and I give her better eyes than Sabine. I give her better eyes. That little chick right there don't look like she fucking with nobody. Nobody is fucking with her. The characters in the scenes act like they low key scared of her. Like, nigga, that's some acting. Like, what is it with this little bitch? Like, she look all of 105 pounds, but she getting that strong talk to a grown ass dude, her boss. But she ain't talking to him like that's her boss. Like, what does she own? I gotta know. These gotta be some Jedis, man. These gotta be some Jedis that saved their life after the Order.
Mm-hmm.
And walked away from that shit. Put it down like Ahsoka walked off from it. Excuse me, Master Ahsoka.
Isn't that more canon breaking though? Like she didn't.
Yeah, she a master like Anakin is a master. Look, Anakin wasn't approved. He just got it because the senator said so. And then Ahsoka got it just because she been around a while. They just gave it to her. Like, get the fuck out of it. So she ain't a Jedi, but she get master rank. You don't get master rank from not being a Jedi. So you're just a force user. That's it. You don't get to be master Jedi just because. Like I said, it's like Rey walking around with the Skywalker name. You don't get that shit just because, bitch. You didn't pop out of Shmi Kush. Shmi dead than a motherfucker.
No, it's Palpatine, bitch. Don't ever forget your lineage, man.
Don't get with it.
Don't ever forget. Your lineage tried to destroy everything. You can't claim the lineage that tried to resave everybody.
Try to claim the lineage of greatness, and you ain't from that. Like, no.
Yeah, well, don't get it twisted.
Palpatine, it's cool. It's cool. You can be a Palpatine. Just we know what's up with you. What up? Top 5 Miles Morales graphic novels? I don't have a top 5 Miles Morales graphic novels because one.
Question.
Yeah, what kind of question is that in the Star Wars conversation. But I do appreciate the super chat. I will give you that 3B salute and answer that fucking question. Thank you. Okay, I don't look at it in terms of graphic novels because I never bought comics in just graphic novels. So I don't look at it that way. I don't. I am an old school comic book buyer, so I buy issue numbers. Graphic novels and the advent of people just buying graphic novels, it gets confusing in a sense because you don't know where in the continuity line this shit is coming from. You don't. Because a graphic novel is about 5 to 6 issues just bound together. But you don't know what run is coming out of necessarily, unless you're buying them in order.
Yeah,
because
like
nowadays you will produce, they will only make stories so they fit in a graphic novel format. So you'll have a 5-episode arc so they can bound that up into a graphic novel and put it out under a different title. Yeah, it may say Miles Morales on it, but the graphic novel title may be something different that was in the comics. And I don't buy graphic novels like that. Nowadays, when I did, I would only buy graphic novels for runs that I've already bought monthly single issues of and I really liked. And I bought the graphic novel so I'd have a hard version of it that I could leave out and read again. Like, you can't see it, but my Moon Knight, Jeff Lemire Moon Knight, I have the graphic novel, the hardcover graphic novel of that shit, right? Sitting on the shelf. But my single issues are in boxes because I bought the single issues and put them away. But then I went back and bought the hardcover graphic novel just to leave it out so I can page through it whenever I want to without fucking up my single issue. Because there is no reseller market on graphic novels. There is a reseller market on the single issues. That's where the value comes from. It doesn't come from the graphic novel. Because the graphic novel is a fucking copy, Dave Filoni. It's a copy of the original work. Tie back to the beginning of my show. See, I didn't even write that shit. It works. The original. So I don't have a top 5 of Miles Morales graphic novels. I really don't. I read Miles sporadically, not straight through. I can say the last stories that I read with Miles where he was dealing with the new, it was like a Dr. Octopus or something like that. That was interesting. And then the one where he kept going back into Spider-Gwen's timeline and working with her was cool. But I didn't read Miles continuously all the way through like that. So I don't have a top 5 that I can pull out of my ass to say that they put in graphic novels. Couldn't. But if I wanted to suggest one, I would suggest the original Miles Morales line from Ultimate Comics line, where he became Spider-Man. That would probably be number 1. You should actually read. Mm-hmm. And then Spider-Man with him and Peter Parker working together across those universes. And then when Miles gets into the regular, when the continuities have come together after
Secret Wars, yeah. Then read that graphic novel. Those will probably be the best ones. Any of that stuff dealing with his father and his uncle and this other dude will probably be interesting too. So, good question. JT, no. The first Miles run from Ultimate Universe. See, I didn't even read that shit. My dome. That's the best Miles. Which is shocking to me because everybody hated the goddamn Ultimate Universe. I had no problem.
Who hated the Ultimate Universe? I wasn't.
I didn't. I read Ultimate X-Men. I was mad as hell when they killed Beast. I was like, you gotta be.
The only one that I wasn't reading in the Ultimate Universe, only 2 I wasn't reading in the Ultimate Universe, was fucking Spider-Man and the Fantastic Four. Because I figured that's standard Marvel. That's what you got regular continuity for. But the X-Men, I was reading that shit. I was reading that. That Nick Fury shit, the Ultimates themselves as the Avengers team. Oh, I was reading that shit too.
Yeah.
The other two, y'all can stay over there in the regular continuity. I want to read these. These are the ones I want to read. This is where I can get into reading Avengers books because I don't want to go back through all that goddamn continuity. This is the start. This X-Men, same thing. Let me see how this X-Men shit roll there. This Black Fury showing up. Shit. I'm loving that. That's what I was doing. I don't know who wasn't liking the Ultimate shit. I liked the Ultimate shit. I really did. I thought it was obviously movie ready for a lot of that stuff, but it was updating the stuff, putting it in our time now, and twisting it. It's always more fun if you know the established lore and you can do a story off in another place that kind of plays on that a little bit without having to rehash it. You know how it happened in established lore, but you can tweak it a little bit over here to make it go a different way. So it doesn't take away from the established lore, but it does move it in a different direction. That would be, oh, well, yeah, I always wondered what could have happened if it went that way. That makes it a little bit more fun. Yeah, that Ultimatum was something else. Ultimate Universe, yeah, Ultimatum. Because I remember that last book I read, I think, from Ultimatum, when they went to that island, Fury and all the rest of them, and they blew up that goddamn island or something like that. I'm like, God damn, the fuck? What is this all about? But then I think they got into scrolls and some other shit. It's like, now you just copy. You just copy it. You don't need to do exactly the same thing at the same time they're doing it over here. That's Marvel make those mistakes. And that's part of being a comic fan with some of these companies. Sometimes you see them make the same mistake over and over again. Like, well, don't do that. You were doing so well. I was pulling for you. And then you went fucked up. You took a back step. Started smelling. Saw those receipts coming in. Like, damn, we sold a lot of this. Do more of that. Not everywhere. Just keep doing it where you were doing it. It's working.
Well, Mortal Kombat just made that goddamn mistake with this new one, this new Mortal Kombat 1 shit. I was so disappointed in the fucking story. And this is why I hate when they introduce time travel. Because if you follow the story, it was good up until you figure out who the big bad is. It's fucking Shang Tsung from an alternate timeline. I said, so here we go with this multiverse shit now in Mortal Kombat. So now I got to deal with a Mortal Kombat multiverse. And then the final fight is basically Liu Kang pulls other titans of all the characters that are good versions of all the characters. Shang Tsung pulls bad versions of all the characters in his army, and some of them are combinations. Like when you fight up the pyramid, like you'll fight like a version like a Sonya Blade mixed with Kano. Or some shit. Like I was like, this is
some DC Marvel amalgamation character shit.
Yes,
Sonya Kano.
Yeah, like or like a Sindel that has reptiles abilities in her. I was like, get the fuck. This is the best y'all can do. You had 3 years, and this is all the shit you can come up with.
Couldn't I just got a 13? Like
exactly.
Wasn't that the number it was on? The last Mortal Kombat I had was
no. This will be 12. This is 12. It's real. It feels like a.
So can I just get a 12? Because I like Mortal Kombat. I like Scorpion. 12 is my number. Just like 11 is my number. Can I just get a 12? Look, there's 12 hours in a day. Can I just get a 12 and you can stop? You can go back to 1 after that? I didn't finish 11. I haven't finished 11 story mode on 11, right? So I get the whole thing with Chronica and all the shit that was happening and Liu Kang getting to be made a god and shit like that, right? I didn't agree with killing Raiden, but whatever the fuck. All right, I'm not writing this shit. I'm just playing it. Taking it back to 1 was what I wasn't interested in. I've really had no interest in buying that game because it has the designation of 1 on it. It's a weird thing because to me, it means it's not connected to any of the shit I like. It's not. Even though it says Mortal Kombat across the top, because it does not have a sequential designation following the last thing I played and liked, I don't feel like starting over.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel like starting over. It's a psychological thing. I don't feel like starting over. Now, comic books, they'll do that all the time. And that's why I start disliking the shit. Because comic books know people buy more on seeing a 1 in front of something. They will throw 1s on comic books that it might be 453, but they put the 1 on there bigger than anything else, and the 1 is only designating it's the start of this next story arc. But they put the 1 on there to get people into that psychological feeding frenzy. Oh, I'm getting the first one. I gotta go get it. No, you didn't. You got 453, man. But it says number 1.
Yep.
Read the cover. First of a new saga. 453. It's not a number 1. It ain't worth shit.
And then some of the changes that he makes, Liu Kang makes, end up going back to the original shit anyway. Like the way he made it, Kenji wasn't blind. Kenji loses his fucking eyes anyway. I said, then what the hell was... I was like, what the hell was... Yeah. Now, the only thing I would say that is good is what they did with Baraka and Reptile. Like a lot of people like what they did. They're not just like little henchmen in the background. No, they actually have important characters and they're actually good guys now. Like Baraka basically is a dude who was an Edenian merchant who was a trader of goods and he was liked by his people, but he got infected with Tarkat is now not the Tarkatans are now not a race, it's a disease. And he got infected by it, him and his family, his wife and his child died. And so he became like the leader of all of the people that got Tarkat disease. Reptile is like he's like the only one that of his group that can shapeshift between human and Zertanian, and Shang Tsung has basically got him as a servant with the hopes of if he doesn't work for him, he'd kill his family. But what you find out, Shang Tsung then already killed his family anyway, so he decides to help him.
He said that his family already dead. Shang Tsung like a soul, so he ain't passing up on none. So he's collecting souls, homie.
Yeah, but other than that, them the only 2 characters that I was like, okay, Baraka, and they made him more than just a bunch of henchmen that's always getting their ass kicked. They actually on the side of the good guys. But other than that, I was like, and Megan Fox, what the fuck? Oh my God, what the fuck was she's Natara the vampire. Natara from Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance, they brought her back. She's the vampire. Like her voice acting is terrible. I said, look.
There was some other game I was playing, and Megan Fox ended up being like the cover creature on. I was like, what the fuck is she doing on this? I guess she's just selling out her image. You know, like whatever, man. Like, I guess she got to make a living. Because Megan ain't been a fox to me in a long time. Because I don't know. Every time I see her, I think of toe thumbs. And toe thumbs aren't sexy to me. It's really off-putting. I remember when I was watching Transformers and first noticed that. I said, dude, she got toe thumbs? Oh, shit, she does. She got toe thumbs. Ugh, dude, I'm sorry. Like my ex would say, I don't think that I get a handy J with that. That'd be a little weird for me. We say Megan Fox shows that actors aren't always voice actors. No. Sometimes they're just body actors. They're just there for it. And she had a good role. She ain't had a good role yet. I feel bad for her. That shit did not go well when you stop at fucking Michael Bay. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
He did do a number of your career. Oh, you want to fuck me? Okay, well, you ain't got to. But you ain't gonna have no career either. And I don't think he did it to you. I think he was throwing you a solid in more ways than one by giving you an acting career, because it ain't moved nowhere since that Transformer shit. It has not moved anywhere since then.
Nope.
So I mean, even in the Expendables, I ain't seen that shit yet, but I'm hearing even with 50 in it, that shit is garbage. Like, god damn. How they do a bad Expendables movie? I mean, that was kind of what they were supposed to be parodies of. Like,
It's supposed to be guns, explosions, and people getting thrown through shit.
we're getting the ass kicked. Yeah, it's supposed to be like 80s action movies in the 2000s, just, nostalgia. That should be an easy sell. But apparently you figured out how to fuck that up too. Trying to throw the young people into it. The young people like our shit. That's why you can find all these 2000 kids wanting to do 80s stuff. Because our shit was actually cool.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't have to worry about that. They don't have anything of their own. I think that's what it is. So I'm sorry, I'm looking at food. It is almost time for me to have to eat something, and it was 3:17, so that means the Blue Angels are flying right now. That means the angels are in the sky.
Breaking the sound barrier.
Breaking the barrier. Yeah, they out there somewhere breaking the sound barrier. And that's all well and good, because I like jets. Not one of these people who hate. Wait a minute, JT over in Frisco. JT, what the fuck? Can you hear the Angels or not? No, Chris can probably hear him. He in EC if he in the Bay Area right now. Should be able to see him. I forgot all about Fleet Week. I went to Vegas, wasn't even thinking about fucking Fleet Week. I come back and get this advertisement. Oh, Fleet Week, what do you want to do? I said, yeah, I need to put that on the calendar. When is it? October 2nd through the 10th. I was like, look at that's this weekend. 7th was yesterday. Okay, you said you could hear him yesterday while you were working. Okay, so you are in the Bay Area right now. Oh, God damn it. I need some Blue Angel time. I'm going to miss them. I don't think it's cloudy today, so should be good.
Well, it's cold here in Houston.
Squeeze me?
It is cold here. It was wow. Yesterday, I got yesterday morning. It was 69 degrees. I was like, so what the hell happened to all this heat?
Yeah, that sounds like a California cold. Like, whoo, it's chilly out in this bitch. It's 66.
I was like,
East is like 66. It's hot as fuck out here. Oh my god.
I'm sweating.
I'm sweating. It's all relative. That's why I say squeeze me. Like, it's cold in Houston. What's cold in Houston? That's the desert. 60. Oh,
because we got that humidity, bro. Like 80 fucking degrees, you're dying. It's like, so when it's like 60, everybody like, oh god, I can wear shorts again.
Thank God I can put my shorts back on. It's like saying this is a cold day in Arizona. I can tell you that much. This is a cold ass day in Arizona. Somebody in Arizona wearing a Parker right now if it was 69 degrees. Oh.
Like, people rolling the windows down.
Yeah, I need my North Face. Like, this is too chilly. How do they deal with this in the Bay Area?
Now if you get 65, they putting a jacket on. Like, chilly outside. Like, it's 65.
Turn the heater on. Turn it up to like, 90. 90?
Can you roll your windows up? I'm like, no, we waited all year for this type of weather.
Yeah, no shit. Hell no. I want to be able to breathe this. It's not like I'm sucking air out the oven anymore.
Yeah, they told us global warming was killing the planet. So now the first chance we get some cold, now you want to go back?
Bitching? Yeah, shut up. Can't satisfy you motherfuckers. Hey, Chris, look, recording sound. I'm sorry, man. I've worked in the city during Fleet Week on high-rise buildings and low. I love the sound of jets. I really do love the sound of jets. And I can tell you this, when I was working on 3rd Street as an apprentice, we were working during Fleet Week. And we were at the tail end of their turnaround when they were practicing, right? Because they practice. Fleet Week is about the naval fleet coming into port. San Francisco is a port city, right? So they come into port, and then the planes and stuff like that get to do maneuvers and stuff like that over the bay. It's really cool, right? Now, the Blue Angels come every year. During the week, they will practice. Every day, they'll practice what they're going to do. So during the weekend, which is the actual show, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, they do it then, right? So during the week, you get to see them, practicing. And the one year I was an apprentice, their turnaround for their practice runs, right? Because they go over the bay. So they do their moves over the bay, then they swing out, turn back around, and come back over the bay, right? Where they turned around was right over 3rd Street where we were working. So all day you would hear the jets rumbling, but then over our head, we would get to see them. Ooh! And that's them hitting their air brake, right? Slowing down, making that turn, and then going back the other way. That should sound cool as fuck to me because you could see the plane coming in and turning around. Now, one of the other times I was working downtown, working on a high-rise building in the Tenderloin, I could see them coming overhead, coming to the bay. So when this motherfucker is dropping in to go towards the bay, he's coming right by the building. I'm looking at this motherfucker flying by. I can see the pilot in the cockpit. I see him looking at me. Like, nigga, shouldn't you be looking straight? Fly your plane, man. Fly your plane. That's cool as shit to me, right? So I always like being as close as I can to see those jets and hear those sounds. That's all cool to me. Everybody else bitching like they don't know this happens every fucking October. Every October this happens. And every year you got some motherfuckers, too loud. Why you gotta do that? Fuck the military. Look, man, you silly bitches. You know how much money y'all lost that one year that your city supervisors in San Francisco decided they didn't want to do Fleet Week that year? How many billions of dollars they lost in revenue? Y'all changed y'all tune that next year, didn't you? Because you ain't about shit. Shut up. Deal with the fuck you want to deal with. I got to deal with these bums on the street that you ain't doing shit about. These homeless. Filth, needles, all that shit. If I got to deal with that shit, you can deal with the damn jets flying overhead for 1 week. Shut up. Out of 52. The bum's gonna be here every week, all 52. No reprieve. Drugs and all that shit. Shut up. What did Chris say? Yeah, I've seen it in the past. It's pretty cool. I love seeing that shit. The only place I have not watched the Blue Angels yet is on the water, right underneath that shit. That's the only place I haven't seen it yet. But I've seen it from the Golden Gate Bridge. I've seen them in Richmond near the water. I've seen it at Pier 39 right overhead. I didn't go to Waterfront Park, but I think there was one year I did go down there by the Maritime Museum to see them. But I love doing that shit. It's one of my favorite things I look forward to every year. Because when I do that, go down to Pier 39, got to get my Boudini clam chowder and a sourdough bowl, and I got to go by the Candy Baron on Pier 39. I got to go by the Candy Baron, get me some saltwater taffy and shit like that. That's just part of my tradition that I started with my family, with my kids. That's part of our tradition. That's what we do every October. So that's the shit I love doing. Weird shit. Like, man, I just want to go have some clam chowder and a sourdough bowl and enjoy this shit. Listen to these jets flying overhead.
Saltwater taffy. I ain't had that in a while.
Man, I had that shit every year right there. Fucking candy.
Yeah, so we got Galveston Island, so it's like I can go get some of that type of stuff too. That's why I know what it is. I was like, we go to Galveston and get that.
I get me a half a pound because the Candy Baron is like this. It's a bunch of like straw baskets, and they're sitting on top of barrels inside of the place, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's all kinds of candies in there. I'm a sweets dude. That's my vice. I like sweets. Okay, that's my vice. You can't get me with alcohol. Can't get me with drugs, cigarettes, none of that shit. You got fucking candy or pastries. I'd probably fuck you up. Little self control. Okay, little self control. But in every one of these different barrels, it's different types of candy. But the saltwater taffy is the main thing, and it's every different flavor. And you can go and just pick a couple. You can pick 2 of them. You can pick 4 of them. You can get a handful and throw them in the bucket. You get your own little basket. You throw them in the basket. Take it up to the counter. They weigh the shit. Pay your charge. You the fuck out of there. Right? That's what the fun of that shit is. It's going in there, getting that saltwater taffy, and be like, man, I want some of these cherry motherfuckers. These caramel apples look good. I need about 4 of them motherfuckers. Like the popcorn, yeah, I need 2 of those. Watermelon, give me that shit. I'm black. You know, that's what it is. Right? So you get a mix of all those flavors together in one big ass bag, and then I just end up walking through the pier, just popping the motherfuckers like crack rock. Just, Now, most people don't like saltwater taffy because it's hella chewy. I like that shit. I like savory and chewy more so than hard ass candy where it's just gonna act like my job is sucking dick or something all day. No, fuck that. No nickel. I had to say, you describe would be pretty fucking cool. It is pretty cool. It was pretty cool, Chris. It was cool to me. Look, I grew up partially in a military family, and they were Marines. I don't have an issue with military. I don't. A lot of my family shouldn't. Some of them do, some of them don't. But the ones who do usually are the ones that never served in any branch of the military. The ones that do are the ones who are really successful in life and did serve in a branch of the military. Kind of how that shit works out, isn't it? So I don't have an issue with that shit. And they say, oh, going to other people's country and killing them. Look, man, there's people killing each other in this country all day.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get no better job out of it. They're just doing it for the sport. So I don't want to hear that shit. Look, that's part of the job description. That's not the main thing you do most of the fucking time.
Yeah.
I'm looking around a lot of military people right now that ain't doing shit all day. But they got nice houses, expensive cars, and they about the dumbest motherfuckers I've ever met. But they're going to be set for the rest of their life on doing this military shit. So I don't want to hear it. Yeah, fucking waving at each other. That's exactly what it is, Chris. That's exactly what it was. Motherfucker flying by looking at you, you waving, he waving back at you like, oh my God, it's a real person in there. Yeah. Look, I told you, it'd be a wet dream of mine if I can go up in one of them Blue Angels. Because every year they come here, you know the media get to go do their little backseat flights. And it's usually some of these test flights during the week. Radio hosts and shit like that, they get in the backseat and fly with the Blue Angels. They get to go up on this exercise or this rehearsal missions, right? I'd love that shit. I've watched people from radio show hosts I know from the Bay Area get to go up in the Blue Angels on camera, throwing up in bags and shit like that and shit. And I was like, man, I would take his fucking place. I would take his place. I don't give a fuck. I would take his place. I wanted to be a pilot. Flying, being up high has never been an issue for me. I like being up high, and I wouldn't mind being able to fly. That would be the superpower I'd want first. You want to read people's minds? Fuck that. People's minds is dirty. You don't want to know all that shit. I do want to fly though. I do want to fly because it'll get me to a lot of places I want to go to right now. Right now.
Flight or teleportation.
Flight or teleportation. Teleportation just means I can carry more shit with me.
Mm-hmm.
Because I understand being able to fly don't mean you got super strength where you can carry all this shit. Just mean you can fly.
Yeah, people forget that. That's actually one thing. Going back to the Gen V real quick, that's actually what I like about powers. People often think, well, if I had powers, I say you do know that every power ain't gonna be equal, and you're not gonna probably get the powers you think you gonna get, right?
that was the main thing I pointed out in the first Spider-Man movie. That They confuse super strength with super durability. It's not the same thing. It's that scene in, I think it's a Spider-Man 2, where he's trying to stop the train, and he tries to put his foot down and stop the train, and it just hurts. I was like, that motherfucker would have lost his fucking leg. He is not super durable. That's not what that. He has super strength, which means he's strong. He can lift stuff and push off and jump more than anybody else. But he's just as durable as every other person. That's why he gets cut, beat up, broke arms and shit like that. Because otherwise, he's just regular. He has super strength. He's not super durable. That motherfucker would have lost his whole fucking leg. That shit would have broke off. Put his foot down and try to stop that train. That shit would have. Oh my god! The three-legged, one-legged Spider-Man.
Yeah, that was supposed to take his leg off. I remember. I was like, he ain't that.
No,
he ain't Superman.
Yeah, he ain't got durability. Because if he could have took that, then he shouldn't be getting any bruises from getting beat up.
Like he normally does in the comic, where he always come home with a fucked up Spider-Man suit.
It should look like somebody hitting him would break their hand. Because he's super durable. It means he's actually really tough. He's not. He's frail. That's the downside to his power. Yeah, he got super strength, but he get hurt like regular people. And some people who have invulnerability are not super strong. They just can deal with that shit. So that means if you dropped a bus on top of them, yeah, it wouldn't kill them, but the shit still is a bus on top of them. I can't get it off me. This shit, get out! Get out! This shit hurts. I can't breathe. Yeah.
I mean, you saw that with in what was it? Civil War. What with the Cap threw the shield after he asked, "Where you from?" Queens, Brooklyn. He threw the shield and that shit collapsed on him.
Yeah.
He knocked him out. He's I'm good. No, you ain't.
Yeah, sit down. Yeah, no, you just got your bell rung, little boy. Sit down. The old man kicked your ass. It's all right. It's Captain America. It's not like this is just a regular old dude. That was a super soldier, son. So that means you got that supersized ass whooping. You took it like a grown up. Now sit your kid ass down. Get your breath.
You got a lot to young, man. You got a lot to learn.
You got a lot to learn. It's okay. It's okay. It was your first fight. You didn't do too bad. Yeah, drop that shit on and let them stand there and hold that shit for a while. But what else you got, Beast? I'm gonna close this out. And
that's about it. I need to catch the Loki and the GenV. I forgot those. They were coming on, and I didn't pay attention, so I missed them.
Yeah, I forgot Loki was coming on, but I was actively trying to forget, I think, because I kept seeing billboards and stuff like that, and I was not being able to see the date when it started. I wasn't remembering the date, and I wasn't seeing the date every time I saw the advertisement, so it was probably meant for me not to see the shit. I saw it. It wasn't bad, but I can see a shift in the shit. There's a lot more girl boss shit going on in this first episode. So I have to see what develops on it and see where it goes. Still like Tom Hiddleston. I do like what the fuck is his name? Why am I forgetting people's names today? Owen Wilson. He's still funny, but it's a little bit too much emphasis on the females in the show being the ones who know what's going on and telling dudes what to do, and guys just being kind of dumbasses there waiting for the women to give them direction. But I don't know where this mentality comes from, but that was not what I saw growing up. That's not how shit ran. So that's why I have a problem with it. Now, maybe these younger kids, that's all they saw.
Yeah.
And they were growing up, maybe it was. But instinctually, you know that don't seem right.
Us millennials, yeah, that's what all we saw.
I would think that you millennials, even you know that's not right, because instinctually you feel it and you rail against it. That to be an outlier rebel as a millennial, what do you have to do? all that masculine shit. That's the stuff that was in you anyway.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. It's always in you. They can't repress that shit completely. They try. They can't because it's always there. It will always reassert itself. And when you get them rebellious acting ass kids, it's all you get. All it is masculinity resurfacing. It's not like they're really being rebellious. They're just being what they were born and designed to be, men. So
that was me.
Yeah, that was you. Look,
That's why
you
they
can
clash.
Yeah, you try to keep teaching these people not to like guns and military and fighting and all the rest of that shit. That's boys and some girls like that shit. They do. They always will. That's nothing that was brought in by society. That's genetic in them. That's why you can't get rid of it. Because you can't not promote it in boys, but try to overly promote it in girls. You can't have girls be super powerful and they need to be boxing and doing MMA and all the rest of this shit, but then have a boy sitting down there knitting and crocheting sandals and shit. Yeah,
Girls like
still gonna want to fight. When you get finished crocheting them sandals, he's gonna no. These were boxing shoes. I want to box in these. Like, nigga, why do you want to box? No, you're not supposed to hit. Well, she hitting. Why don't I get to hit? Because you can hit harder than her. She don't want to take that.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds like her fucking problem. She just shouldn't be trying to square off with me then. Just saying. But another dude, little Jimmy, oh yeah, little Jimmy can get it. Little Jimmy built like I'm built. So he should be able to take it. And if he can't, little Jimmy a bitch. He can sit down and crochet the sandals. Chris said, good day, good stuff today, my dude. Well, thank you. I think I do good stuff every time, but thanks for letting me know I don't. Appreciate you, Chris. Thanks for coming through. I don't blame you for Ahsoka. I do appreciate you coming up and having the courage to conversate with me about this shit. Like I said, you can like whatever the hell it is you like. I just need to understand what it is for me. And like I said, it gave me something to think about with Sabine, but this Sabine in this show was not the one that you described in Rebels. So I'd have to watch Rebels just so I can have some kind of appreciation for this character, because this show ain't giving me no appreciation for this character. I fucking hate this character in this show.
Yeah, Chris made you want to go watch Rebels and the Clone Wars. Like, damn, did I miss something? Like,
I was already going through the Clone Wars just to catch up, right? Just to catch up with everybody, see what everybody was on about it, just to see what was done in the Clone Wars, because I know there was a lot of canon breaking stuff done. I'm watching that anyway, right? But Rebels, I had no desire to watch. Chris made me actually want to watch it for describing that whole dichotomy with her being a Mandalorian but developing shit to kill Mandalorians and how that put her on the outs with her people. That's an interesting story. I want to see that story. I want to see how that turned out. But I wouldn't get any of that interest out of just watching this character in the Ahsoka show. I fucking hate her. It's a Mary Sue. And like I just said, she is more heavily armed in this show, in the Ahsoka show, than the Ring of Sion and the Chimera. She has the most armaments. She is the most armed and the shittiest fucking fighter in the whole show.
Mm-hmm.
That makes no fucking sense in the world.
And the crazy thing is, that's actually really a story, a series all by itself. It's her killing Mandalorians and her being a Mandalorian herself, and her having to deal with the consequences of that. Why is that not a show?
Yeah, because understandably, Mandalorians fought each other for a while. They did. They fought each other for a while. I mean, all people have their civil wars, okay? So that's a show in and of itself. Like you're saying, that's a show in and of itself. I would have watched that. I don't want to watch it now. I wouldn't watch it live action. I wouldn't watch it directed by Dave. And that's where I am on this shit now. This motherfucker has put a whole stink on this shit for me that I'm not really sure I can fuck with him on anything else. I really don't. I mean, seriously, it's really looking like Jon Favreau is the only one who actually wants to honor George's vision by preserving George's vision and not trying to retool it to make it look like him.
Both Stan and George's, because remember, everybody forget, man, it was one of him main people that got the MCU popping.
Yeah. Like everybody else don't give a shit. Like, I guess George's only problem is that he's living to see this shit. That's what makes it feel so hurtful to me. Because he's still here to see all of this. Like, thank God Isaac Asimov don't have to see what the fuck they did with the Foundation. He'd have an issue. Now, I didn't even watch the Kindred show. I didn't even watch that. But I'm absolutely sure, since I can guess why they went after it, that Octavia Butler would have a problem if she was alive to see what they did with her work in a show. I can bet she'd have an issue. She a black woman. Big ass black woman. Not fat, just tall. Built like
Oh, that's the show about the chick that's a vampire?
Yes. Yes. Octavia Butler, they've been trying to get her work forever. She was stubborn on that shit. She would not let them do it any other way than the way she wanted them to. But as soon as she died, Warner Brothers swooped in and got them fucking rights to that shit. They was pimping out all that shit. Reskinning her books with Warner Brothers all over it. They was on that shit. As soon as she passed. So I haven't even watched it yet. I don't know if I want that info because that's one of my favorite authors, Octavia Butler. I don't even know if I want that info. I'm curious to see what they did with the show just because I'm, I guess, sadistic like that. But I'm looking forward to that shit. Nothing like coming into someone else's hard work to make something from nothing and then using it to further your own goals rather than make your own thing and doing it there. Exactly. That's why I said, Chris, if Dave Filoni actually had any good winner of ideas, he would have made his own fucking universe. Because what kind of creator wants to create in your shit doesn't want to make their own? What kind of creator? I mean, you've put out comic books. You have made, wrote, and created your own comic book characters because you love anime and comics, right? Well, why didn't you just get a job at Marvel and make their characters? Because you want to do your own shit. Because you're creative. I don't understand somebody who doesn't want to do that. I mean, even fucking Zack Snyder, yeah, they wanted him to do something, but they didn't want to fuck with him the way he wanted to do it, so he went off and made Rebel Moon. And now they keep trying to have problems and lawsuits and stuff like that to keep him from coming out with that. Why? Because you think it'll be good? What are you worried about? The fuck are you worried about? You think it'd be better than your shit. That's what it is. That's why you're trying to block it. Because you actually know it's better than your shit.
Yeah, because I ain't seen but like a handful of advertisements for it. I'm like, hold on, when is this coming out?
It's coming out soon. Because I think it's coming out the end of this month, if I'm not mistaken. Reason being is, last thing I saw, that there was a lawsuit going on to try to keep Netflix from releasing Rebel Moon. Well, who do you think is bringing the lawsuit? Probably some Disney shit. Like nobody can have a laser sword other than them. You shut the fuck up. If you wasn't fucking up, you wouldn't be worried about it. Because, you know, people way in the lead don't worry about what the people at the tail end is doing. They don't. You only worry about that shit when you know you sucking win and about to lose. No, they cheated. Fuck you. Just running your goddamn race correctly, you wouldn't have a problem. Struggling with the dude passing you for fucking fifth. Shut up.
All you gotta do is fire Kathleen Kennedy.
That was the first thing they should have done. I told you, they stock would have went up 10 points just for doing that. Just for doing that. And make no mistake about it. I got a clock. I got a watch and a calendar, motherfucker. Indiana Jones been out for months. Indy 5 has been out for months. August has been here and gone. We in October. That bitch is still here. Why? What does she have coming out that we're looking forward to? Only thing I want to see coming out of her is her coming out of Lucasfilms. That's the only thing she got to show me. And since that is not what I'm seeing, Disney and Lucasfilm don't give a fuck about me. They don't give a fuck about my money. They don't give a fuck about my dollars. Apparently, it's what you're showing me. Because even in a minor sense, I'm a shareholder. So you don't care about me at all, really. Because as a shareholder, I would want this problematic individual out of there who's fucking up my profits. But you ain't listening to that either, huh? Yeah, right. Okay. So tell me, is what you would have to pay her for an early contract the same amount as what you'd be losing on this shit not firing her? Is it the same amount? Well, they're getting close to the same thing. I think it'd be more expensive to not fire her than it would be to like, look, we'll just pay your contract out early. How much you need? Yeah, give her that $5 million and get her the fuck out of here today, now. She's still here? Why are you still talking to me? Move! That needs to be something that should have been done. That needs to be something that should have been done already. No. And because it hasn't, you seeing all the same shit that you get from that shit. She could fail monumentally, historically fail, and you still won't fire her. You motherfuckers got a problem. You ain't gonna be happy till all that shit burned down with Lucas' name on it. And that man has to sit there and watch y'all burn his fucking kingdom down. Walt and George. Walt in the grave. So he can just be spinning like a top. But George got to sit there with his glasses and his flannel on, like, oh, fuck. I know he want to go there and burn that bitch down every night. I know he do. Show up in that motherfucker like Luke Skywalker with a lightsaber just cutting people down. I'm sure he does. I feel bad for him. And I didn't create these characters. I just like them. So, anyway, you got any final thoughts, Beasley?
No, I don't got any.
Well, that's unfortunate, goddammit.
I think we said all we needed to say.
Yeah. I don't know. Sooner or later, we're going to talk about how they turn Beast into a villain in this X-Men comic book shit, too. But I'm not reading that shit, so, you know. Yeah, sucks with George, but at this point, I'm ready to let it all burn. See, that's a bad place to let people get to, that they will rather watch this shit burn. Like, fuck it. Just finish burning it down. Just get it over with. Like, that's a bad place to have a fan base. That is a bad place to have a fan base. You think these young motherfuckers who like this shit for the moment is going to be with it in 20 years? You didn't raise them that way. You can't even keep their attention span for more than 15 minutes. You think they're going to be riding with that shit for 20, 30, 40 years? You out of your goddamn mind. They're not raised that way. They'll be looking for the next thing. That's probably why y'all trying to sue Rebel Moon, because that'll be the next thing that they will blow up bigger than your shit from one movie. Y'all got 5, 6. How many shows? Sucking out loud and badly. A lot of sound and friction and no fucking finish. Anyway, that's my last sexual innuendo. Go ahead and get out of here. Appreciate you coming up, Beasley.
No problem.
Yeah, I will see you the next time. I'll go ahead and drop you down now. definitely put your channel in there. I know you spend a lot of time arguing with idiots on Facebook about geek stuff. So if you want to promote that in the chat, go ahead. You got a wrench for a reason. I'm not promoting the Facebook shit. But if you want to go out there and play the Muppets Gladiator games, you and Black Band have at it. Handle my lightweight. I'm not doing it.
I do not fucking argue with no people on Facebook no more. I got tired of this shit. I just started blocking motherfuckers. I'm like,
you should be tired of that shit. You should be tired of it. Because that's what, dude.
Because a lot of time I ain't even really trying to argue. I'm just stating my opinion, and then people always want to jump in. And I'm like, not trying to argue with you. Let's go away.
No problem. And you're welcome. You're welcome, Chris. I will see you the next time I see you. Probably I'm gonna try to link up with JT for his birthday. So if you in town, yeah, it's just next week. Week after Thursday. Yeah, Thursday, Friday. I'm on call Thursday night. So yeah, we can actually get it in. I want to get him drunk. I gotta go get some more Uncle Nearest. So yeah, let's link up in the city or something. I think he owe me some Chinese food anyway. Go back to that spot. I think the waitress was cute. Maybe she still worked there. 19th is a Thursday. Yeah, it's a Thursday. So it's right before the weekend. So we can do it. We can get together, kick his ass out on the street. Don't worry, the police ain't gonna show up and do shit. We'll be see some shit they don't want to be a part of. Like, I don't know, some niggas over there fighting anyway. All right, Beast. I'm gonna drop you down. Thank you for coming up, being that boy.
All right.
Go get some work done. Stop abusing them kids at the dojo. It's called practice, not not abuse. Peace. All right, y'all. Thank y'all for coming through today. I had a good stream. I finally logged another 5-hour monster. It's been a while since I did one of those. 5 hours is about to cut off for YouTube to be able to cut it down and edit it so they don't flag my whole video, since they really like demonetizing my shit, which is why your support is important, because they like demonetizing shit for anything. I drop too many F-bombs, and I use music before I start. Whatever. Anyway, I've been artisanmc. This has been Shop Talk Live. I do this every Sunday, 11 until I feel like stopping. We talk about geekdom, life, and everything in between. And thank you to everybody who contributed. We did not make the goal today. We got 8 out of the 15, and you still got somebody chatting. It's okay. I probably offended somebody. I'm not surprised. It is what it is. But to everybody who donated to the stream, I do appreciate it. Thank you very much. Your support makes this all possible, even with StreamYard screwing up. So with that, I will go ahead and get out of here. See you guys next time. Peace.